Bum ba ba da ba. Bum ba da da. Bum ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba da 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 dim 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 dim. Bum ba ba da ba. Bum ba da da. Bum ba ba da ba. Hello everyone. Da 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 da. How are you all doing today? How's everything going? Now, before anyone gets into this, I do realise that technically, Bruships #1 took place on the 10th of May last year. So, theoretically, this should have taken place in May. Theoretically. In reality, though, as we all know, life is not 100%. So, we have things come up and other things take place. And so, I would say we are running about 6 weeks behind. Which, considering this is a solo-produced naval history book review / questions answers / chat session, I'm going to be quite happy with. One of the interesting things I was looking at was that the first 2 people to comment on Bruships #1 were Dees Newts and Michael Rose, who I actually haven't seen around in a while, so I hope they're still watching the videos. But I wanted to say hello to them both, because I still remember the races that they used to be the first to comment, and they were the first ever people to comment on Bruships. Today, we have John Shea and Peter Dawson, who got here disturbingly early, because they were here even before I was, so thank you, gentlemen. Then we have Jeff Beeler, hello. Carl van Gasberg, hello. Carl, if you read in the description, you'll realise you were the only person who actually suggested a book for today's Bruships. So, instead of me doing that book today, there's going to be an entire episode featured around theorists, non-Western naval theorists, and with Gorshkov and all his books being essential tenets of it, because you suggested Gorshkov, and frankly I felt you deserved a reward for suggesting it, and for being the only one who remembered there were suggestions live for this one. Probably it's my own fault for not advertising enough, so yeah, that's on me. But, you know, I reward where rewards are due. Carl deserves a reward for that one. He might not consider it a reward, considering he says that Gorshkov is still living in his brain, but you know. And Seneca Nero, hello. DGB40, hello. Frank Spazata, hello. Dope Squad, thank you. Callum Goswick, hello. Graham Highlander, hello. And hello, everyone. So how are you all doing? Is this working? That's always an interesting question. Is this working? Yes, it's working. Oh, it's always a question. Is it working? Big question. Why is Iron Brew so hard to come by? Well, to be honest, my lovely sister has managed to track down 4 1.5 litre bottles, 2 more 500ml bottles, a pack of 18 Iron Brew cans, and because it is Bruships 52, because it is a year, and she's a very, very nice sister, and I'm not sure how she managed to find this, but apparently she did, a bottle of 1901. So basically my sister decided that she was going to set herself a challenge this week of making sure I had Iron Brew for Bruships, which included, I'm sure wasn't self-serving at all, because it actually ultimately resolved itself with an Ocado order, where a lot of various things arrived. Oh. Good evening, Jameth. That's good. YouTube just thought I might like to know you're doing a live or something. Woohoo! It's working! To an extent! Although, seriously, the last week's video which went up in this slot, the recorded one, the Kantai Kessen, while I was away, has nearly got 2,200 views. In fact, I haven't been watching it much today, so it might have got over it might have reached 2,200 views. But thank you everyone for watching that. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. A lot of comments have been come back going people have never noticed the similarities between Scott's Anaconda plan and the American plan for dealing with the Japanese in World War II. And my response to that is great strategy is great strategy. It doesn't matter what century it is. And starving your opponent of supplies and cutting them down so that eventually they can't fight you anything, that is great strategy. Because it's simple and basic, and it works. Hello, Calvin. Observation is pious. This is why I'm the Pontifex of the Adriatic Orthodox Church of the Latter-day Biplane. And no one else is loony to join. Which I'm considered to be a good thing. Hello, Team Uloka. Hello, Graham Highlander. Hello, Anuk. Hello, Setna Kanira. Hagna Agis Flow. Hello, Shumi. Is it just me or there are more books behind Dr. Clark? Yes, well, you see, certain point I clear everything out, and then I put in new floor, and then more bookshelves go in below here, and the fridge gets activated up there. Then the iron brew bottles go up on the wall about there to form my new sort of wall display of brew. And lit glass iron brew bottles. And then books will go up there and down there, and there'll be plenty of space for them. Right up until I need to do the extension, because I think that's what's coming. In fact, I've already had a conversation with my builder along lines of, do you think we can go up or that out? That way is a bridle path, so we can't go that way. That way is my mum's garden. She prefers not to go that way. There's now a water butt there, so I can't go too far that way. Although I am considering getting a box and sort of extending. Or maybe, now we poured all the concrete in and it's stable, digging down beneath here and giving myself a basement. All these are options for books. All of them are options for books. Senator Canera, that video last week was good or great. Thank you. Blackburn Buccaneer. Which plane is the Reformist sect? I have no idea. Honestly, there is the Catalina, the Blackburn Buccaneer, the Blackburn, and last I checked, I think there is also the Fairy Swordfish, and I think also the Fairy Firefly occasionally gets mentioned. Good evening, Matadaya Slavic. Hello, Kilo19. So, it's a fun time. Tom Golding, even Dr. Clark. Say thanks for these streams. Haven't caught many lately, just but busy once again. But they were a real lifeline during the lockdown. Well, it's a pleasure, and I'm glad you enjoyed them. Chris Southgate, sellers not good for books. No, not unless they're very well constructed. They can be good for books if you can look after the books and make sure they're good. Trust me, I've seen enough library sellers. If they're well constructed and they're designed to be well drained, then they can be quite good. And as Lepscott says, I go back to all war is economics. If enemies can't make or import fuel or other vital consumables, you will win. Yeah, that's pretty much It's going to be interesting when I get on to another piece of history, which is, of course, is coming up next week, which is the whole video about the castles, etc. It matters. Controlling the coast matters. Oh, good lord, there's now liturgies. Look, good evening. You forgot to mention how awesome HMS Rodney is. Of all the all the forward arranged battleships, she is probably one of the ones I have the most affection for. Oh, someday I will have to get Michael Clapp on one of these lives and just have him explain the joys of flying the Blackburn Buccaneer and all the various funs he had in it. But actually, I think you'd all be distracted by his tales of being an observer in the Sea Vixens. It's fun. It is fun. Seneca, the main object of naval warfare: make enemy ships stop, make my ships go freely. Yes. Wait, some of these old biplanes are still around. Yes, they are. I think the Catalinas are still flying. There are definitely some fairy swordfish still flying. I don't think there's a Blackburn still airborne. Can an observer in a Sea Vixen actually see anything? That is an interesting question. I do know Michael was told that he was so tall that if they ever ejected, there wasn't much chance for him. Thanks, Mano. Would you ever sign and sell any of your books? Ones I've written, maybe. None of these. These are pretty. When I'm eventually finished with them, my plan is to donate them to a library and set up a wing. Or possibly do as, I think it was Palmerston did, and set up my own library. Hello, Doc Alpha. Alright. Chalmers, Michael is a retired observer. Yes, he was the first observer to become a squadron commander of a Buccaneer squadron. So that tells you how good he was. He was respected and commanded the squadron, and could respected and considered good enough that he could command the squadron, even though he wasn't a pilot. Yeah, Carl, you'll have to start building a Blackburn if you want to. Want to really properly worship one, I suppose. Although I have to say myself, I've spent the day working out if I could buy a £500 3D printer, because there are lots of models of ships I would actually like to, how do I put this, build. And there are no models of them, so I have to have my own printer. Unfortunately, that's quite a lot of money on my current budget, so it's probably not going to happen. But I did spend a good half an hour doing a lot of mathematical sums to try and figure it out if it was possible. Nick Waters, is it just a case of waiting for the Travels book to be advertised again, or can you tell us more? They're supposed to be coming. You know, I've got the proofs. The proofs are going to be back with the publishers by the 10th of July. So they're going away with me next week on my research trip. And, yeah. It's all good. John Luke, the aim of the Royal Navy and don't take this wrong, is to take everything that isn't tied down. And even if it is tied down, as if it can be untied quickly, then you can take that as well. Let's be honest, for most of the Napoleonic Wars, they considered battles not so much to be exercises in destroying the enemy as very aggressive shopping trips. It's kind of an interesting thing because there was a movement a few years ago in history circles, in the academic history circles, to basically rebrand Vikings excursions, or going a Viking, as the Norsemen and women of the time would call it, to be slightly aggressive shopping trips. Well, if that's what you're going to call Viking operations, to be slightly aggressive shopping trips, that's what you also have to call the Royal Navy in the Napoleonic Wars. Slightly aggressive basically a slightly aggressive free-form shopping organisation, who basically goes, "Ooh, we like your ships, we'll have them." Jimmy, what 3D printer are you looking at? Have a little experience. Quite a nice one it looked like on Amazon, but a bit too expensive. As I said, it's roughly £500, so no. Graham, I wonder who's going to get their thing kicked for leaving a Defender docks at Adal in the road. Well, it shouldn't be that easy, that difficult to work out. Who actually goes to Kent from the Ministry of Defence and uses the buses? And would have had access to those documents. Timo Luca, should the Russians put the Kamchatka on display as a museum of the Baltic Fleet's epic journey? First of all, they'd have to recover it from memory, and when they recover it, then they'd have to put it on display. Nah. There are a few Blackburns flying, a few Blackburn Buccaneers flying around still. Pete Dawson, I think there's Pete Dirt Squad. The motto of the Royal Navy is, if it isn't nailed down, it's ours. If it can be pried loose, it ain't nailed down. If you can take what it's nailed to, it's pried loose. Pretty much, yes. Look, it was a very fine incentive methodology of getting people to risk their lives at a cost-affordable rate for the government. This is one of the interesting things whenever people go, we should be paying these people more because of look what they're doing for the government. The governments have no government has ever paid the people what it wants, what they probably deserve for the role they're doing, considering how vital they are at that time to national importance. You always have to remember, the reason the British government got around saying, we don't need to set up a veterans association, and we don't need to look after veterans like America and other nations do, it's because we set up the National Health Service. Well, hey! Because we're looking after everyone, we don't need to look after veterans. And that was people who fought in World War II and World War I. This is history. It happens. I don't say I agree with it, it's just what happens. So, I mean, what was mares that could be other than the Royal Navy trying to activate the reserve fleet in a nation, right? Probably, actually, because, they'd have let them go to the Caribbean and then they started working on them diplomatically. Thank you, Shumi. I will think about that. Space screens. Come on, guys, then. Re-Viking extended shopping trip. Oddly enough, what Western history book history considers Hungarian invasions of the 9th and 10th century, Hungarian word for them is adventuring, with a capital A. Well, works. It's what what many Europeans did in in Africa and various other things. Hello, King George V. Don't worry. It's always good when you're here. That's good. The lost documents can be summarized as if you try to antagonize the Russians by crossing what they said is their border near Sevastopol, they might well be antagonized. That does tend to antagonize the Russians. What is the difference between Britain and Great Britain? Nothing really. Great Britain. Look, technically it's called the United Kingdoms of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Nowadays, it was a long while ago. It was the United Kingdoms of Great Britain and Ireland. It's part of the name. Jimmy, don't worry. I understood what you meant by spare screens. Right. So, we do usually have some books in this, and I do have a few books, but I have one I specifically wanted to get into today. Although I'm going to do something slightly different, because Micro Machines are back! Okay, I know this is slightly sad, and I am an academic naval historian. I'm in my 30s. I should not be as excited about this as I am, but I used to love Micro Machines as a kid. I had a huge collection. It was basically the sort of mine and my friends, what we did more than D&D really. We did Micro Machines and then invented whole stories for them. So basically we did a version of D&D which involved Micro Machines and looked like probably Tom Clancy's various things. Anyway, they're back. They're just as interesting as ever to get into. They haven't got quite the range they used to, by a long, long way. I seem to remember I used to turn over the back and there'd be about 20 to 30 different sets, and they were always changing. Now there's about 6 or so. And there's certainly no giant tank, which always used to be quite cool. But they're back. So if you want them, go find them. I found them in my local toy store. I ended up wandering in there because no other humans were in there and everyone else was wandering around, and I was trying to keep away from the people while I was waiting for something from Boots, which is one of the local pharmacies. And rather than waiting in a huge queue in there, I wandered into the toy store and went, well, Micro Machines are back. They will be got out of the box at some point. They're not out of the box at the moment. Alright. So, Britain, England, Wales. Great Britain, England, Wales, Scotland. It's one of the ideas. Jeff Hill, what are the chances that next year's Falklands War Conference would having a virtual stream for non-UK residents? If we can manage to find a suitable venue for it, and we are trying blooming hard with that, it's getting them to respond to us, because no one wants to book anything at the moment, because they're so worried about COVID, etc. coming back. And probably there's also people with a lot bigger bank balances hunting for places as well. Yeah. that's one of the things I want to. I keep trying to discuss with World of Warships to see if they'll help out with that, because they have far more experience doing it than we do. Make orders. If they sell, they make more. Yes. Decision. I used to have a bunch of race cars and a mini track that folded into a helmet. That was cool. I had the big tank and the submarine, which sort of became an aircraft carrier. It's kind of cool. Calvin Gafford. A re-D&D with Tom Clancy. Well, you would love Palladium as ninjas and super spies. Possibly. Doug Alpha. Micro Machines came in collections of 5. Yes, they do. There is 5 now in the back. Ah. There's one toy store, and I think it's called the Toy Bar House, so I'm fairly sure it's an import, but it's a nice place. Just be like, Britain is the island that England... Frank Sonder, was there ever an HMS Robin Hood? No, I don't think an HMS Robin. I don't think a Robin Hood. King George V. Why am I imagining a little kid picking up the machine box and it's the last one and you snatch it? No. No, I didn't do that. There was no one else in the no one else in there. It was literally me and honestly the assistant, the shop assistant, who was sitting on their phone the entire time. But they were very friendly when I went past them with the and bought it. Now, Hunting Tirpitz. This is about the only book I've got out myself today, because my plan for today is you give me questions and I track down the suitable book from behind me. So I'll expect you to see me doing a lot of gymnastics. But I wanted to put this book out here because it's a really cool one. It's one of the Britannia Naval Histories of World War II series. And as you will now know from the past, I have a obsession with these books. I really, really do love them. Because they are the National Archives reports, the actual official government reports, put into a book. So, I have the whole document put into a book. And I can go to the archives and check the document, and I often do. But this is a far more, how do I put this? Far more viable for me to have at home and read and use. Which is why I have a burgeoning collection of them. There's about 14 in the series, and I have about 8 of them. Thanks, Spartato. Just saw your little Italian BB short. Just how important were the Dunkirks in restarting the capital race? Were they even worth it? They were very important for starting in Mediterranean. And basically, once you had the Italians doing modernizations, the British came into the modernization game, and everyone started realizing that you needed to do things. Because it's kind of interesting that what happens is the French kick off with the Dunkirks. The Italians then do the modernizations, the British then go into the modernization game, and the Americans start with the modernization game. The Japanese, of course, already got the modernization game going by that point. It's as usual, the Italians kick it off. French piss off the Italians, and the Italians kick off a general race. Because no one's really worried about the French, who's serious, but they are worried about the Italians. Nice. Actually, not a chance. Dr. Clark got there much earlier than the children could convince their rents to take them into the toy shop. Yes, that was basically my advantage. There was no one else in the toy shop. About 20 minutes after I left, it looked packed. So, here is Plan 7, the Destroyer action. And this is quite cool. After parting company at 2200 hours on the 27th, the Tyndale and Atherstone had patrolled to the northwest of position Z until 0420 on the 28th. When course was shaped for the 0600 rendezvous in position Y. Nothing was sighted, but a report of 4 destroyers 40 miles to the westward at 22:30 hours on the 27th. Apparently escorting southbound merchant vessels were received from our craft. Between 0218 and 0325 on the 28th, leaving signals from ML motor launches 6, 7, 8, 12 and 13 were received by the Tyndale, and at 0420, the wake of the first motor launch coming out was sighted. Two others passed to westward at 0430 and yet another pair at 0450. At 0540, the destroyers were at the rendezvous and spreading 5 miles apart, steering 248 degrees at 15 knots. Tyndale being to the northward. As dawn was breaking at 0630, Tyndale sighted 5 enemy torpedo boats, 4 miles on her starboard bow, bearing 273 degrees. She once altered course to port to close the Atherstone at full speed, and at 0635 the enemy opened fire, to which she replied. The Atherstone also turned to port with the object of drawing the enemy away from the motor launches to the westward, and steadied on 170 degrees. Though she could not see the enemy through the Tyndale smoke, she was straddled at a range of 15,000 yards. The Tyndale scored a hit on the third ship in the enemy's line, herself receiving 2 hits, which fortunately did little damage. The engagement lasted only 9 minutes, but for at 0640 the enemy turned away under smoke and the firing ceased for 4 minutes later. Their subsequent movements are unknown, but at the time it seemed probable they would renew the attack, and the Tyndale Atherstone therefore steered to the southwest with the intention of taking off as many crews and motor launches as possible before the enemy returned. At 0720 02 hours, the 2 motor launches were sighted ahead, which proved to be ML's 270, number 7, and 156, number 5. The wounded were taken off, and the latter was found to be so badly damaged that it was decided she must be abandoned. Atherstone had just opened fire to sink her when a Heinkel 115 appeared, and she left her to close 2 other motorcraft, MGB 314 and ML 446, number 15, sighted at that moment at 0739. The Heinkel bombed and sank the abandoned ML 156 some 3/4 of an hour later. As time went on and the enemy torpedo boats did not reappear, it became impossible to follow the original plan of getting motor launches home with their crews. At 0745 on the 28th, MGB 314 reached the Atherstone and was towed alongside in the glass-calmed siege while the wounded were transferred. She had been holed in the forepeak, but it seemed probable she could make the passage home, and her crew, reduced to 4 seamen, was made up by volunteers from the destroyer. As soon as these arrangements had been made, Commander Ryder and his staff re-embarked in the Atherstone, and with Tyndale, MGB 314 and ML's motor launches 270, number 7, and 446, number 15, proceeded to the westward to meet the destroyers Cleveland and Broxlesby, which had left Plymouth the previous evening to reinforce the escort for the return passage. There are a lot of operations which are conducted to deal with Tirpitz. This is a good book for reading. Look how thick it is. These are operations to deal with Tirpitz. And it has foreword by Admiral Sir Mark Stanhope, former First Sea Lord and Chief of Naval Staff, an introduction by Bennett. And you can't get better than him. He is a really lovely, lovely guy. And yeah. This is a cool. Plus, it's got full plans in it. If you want plans of Tirpitz, this has got full plans, including all the damage done to her over time. Where the bombs hit. How much damage they did. You know, all sorts of things. If you want to know the story of Tirpitz's war, this is not a bad place to start, because it gives you the idea of what the British thought they were doing on the other side. And it has some amazing pictures in here. This, by the way, if you don't realise it, is the anti-torpedo netting. An exceptional book. How can we find other books like this? They're on Amazon and they're coming out slowly. There is a list in here, I think, of the series so far. This has battle summaries numbers 12, 29 and 27. Which includes the attack on Saint-Nazaire, the attack on Tirpitz, and the attack on the naval battle summary number 20, the naval aircraft attack on Tirpitz, the Operation Tungsten. Then it has the naval staff history, the personal accounts, and photographs. So you really can't get better. So it's got Operation Chariot, Sword, and Tungsten in here. Frank Spanner, how do we message you on Discord? Usually I just respond if someone tags me in a post on the Discord, and I do chat away. Show torpedo netting again, please. There you go. That's what torpedo netting looks like out of the water and bunched up. How can we find other books like this? Let me just look up. Oh. Before anyone thinks I'm being called or something, that's Ring going off, so I'm turning my phone on silent. Now, I should probably give you the link to Amazon and tell you to go to there, because then I would get some money. But if you want a list of all these Britannia naval history books, the best place to go is the link I've given you to a list, which is the Plymouth University link. And they have things like Warships at Glance, 1914, Naval Cadet Goes to War, The Battles of Coral Sea and Midway. I really recommend that book. I have it in here somewhere around me. I also have Between Hostile Shores, you know, I've shown it many times. Bismarck, I have The Chase and the Sinking of Hitler's Goliath. The Dark Seas, The Battle of Cape Matapan, I have that. I tend to get them in paperback rather than hardback, although hardback is very better. Hitler's Ghost Ships, Graf Spee, Scharnhorst, and Disguised German Raiders is another excellent one. Fight for the Fjords, The Battle of Norway in 1940 is really, really good. Hunting Tirpitz, which I've just shown you. And that's just the ones on their website. They have a lot more down that if you go and hunt around. I do really recommend. I have all of those, and they're all good, and I have lots more because they've been coming out for a while. You can tend to find them on Amazon. Seneca, how that remodernization. Trieste was the major ship that imported Laia after the Hungarian monarchy, which Italy got after World War I. Yes, and they did all the work. Have you considered selling your current house and constructing quarters attached to the quarters of the National Archives for yourself and girlfriend? I don't think they'd allow us that close to build it that close because they'd probably be worried we nick everything, or rather be using everything. Would solve the whole needing books to reproduce National Archives content difficulty. It would do, but you know. I keep thinking more and more I'm going to need to save up my pennies and buy a plot of land and build quite a big place. Seneca, I got one of the paintings of one of the East Indiamen from your video about it for my bathroom. That's cool. Oh. You can ask me whether they think it's a warship. They go on there. What is your name on Discord, if you don't mind me asking? Dr. Alexander Clark. I am that sad. You find it if you go to my Discord server, there's a link down below, you will find me. So basically it's the same thing that's been made since the 3rd century BC. Chainmail, just the American sized version. To an extent. Hunter, congrats on the year. Slowly catching up on the shows I missed. I'm glad. Enjoyed them. Seneca, how normal is it for port equipment to go missing and later reappear on a ship without anyone paying for it? Depends if anyone notices it officially. This stuff does smell good. Velvety smooth. But no, I really can't recommend this series enough. I spend far too much money on them. I really do. I spend far too much money on them. I think I've even got them scheduled. This is truly is a bit of an addiction because I think they're even scheduled to some of them because they took so long to come that they're actually not going to arrive till after while I'm away. So there are going to be literally books arriving at the house while I'm not at the house. Luckily, the family's going to be here, so you know they'll be fine. They'll take them and look after the books, but you know. Well, it gets in more and more weird every day I watch it. Ah, well. Thanks for follow. What is HMS Barfleur named after? Ah, well. That we can do quite easily. Now, if I was going to answer the Barfleur question, which I am going to, very easy book for me to grab. Bam, bam, ba-da-da. As you will notice, I did reinforce all the shells when constructing them. This was a good thing to do because, frankly, they need it. They really do need it. So, HMS Barfleur. What? Yeah. I need to sort out this space a bit. So, we have ships of the Royal Navy. This is the latest version produced by J.J. College, Ben Warlow and Steve Brush. And Barfleur, well, that's rather an easy one to track down. Barlong, Barbados, Barfleur. Now, the first Barfleur was a second-rate 90-gun vessel, produced in Deptford in 1697. Let's see if we can find out something more about her history of name. Now the second one is 1768. Is another 90-gun second-rate vessel. They're named after the Battle of Barfleur, which took place during the Nine Years' War between 19th of May and the 4th of June, or as modern as we'd call it, between 9th of May New Style and 14th of June New Style in 1692. So she's to commemorate what was considered a Anglo-Dutch victory over the French. And basically they win a battle and 5 years later they name a ship after it. And pretty much the guy in charge was Admiral Edward Russell, who does a very good job of winning the battle. What can I say? He's very efficient. There you go. Ships of the Royal Navy. Anak, what's the difference between iron brew and vintage iron brew? Vintage iron brew is the 1901 original recipe, and iron brew is the modern recipe. Nick Waters, is a single bottle of 19Y1 really worth it over 2 plus bottles of normal iron brew? Depends if I'm buying it for me or if someone. If I'm buying it for me. If I'm buying it for me, and considering the amount of iron brew I drink while working, then financially it's would be silly of me to spend that money with the amount, the income I have. However, when people are very, very kind and generous who give me the vintage, I am very, very happy because it is that much better. It's one of those scenarios where if you were buying it for yourself, you'd feel foolish because you'd go, hang on. But if you're buying it as a treat for someone else, it's a very, very nice gift. And strange enough, I have bought bottles of 1901 for other people. And then for myself, I buy the regular Iron Brew. And other people buy the bottles of 1901 for me. Mainly my girlfriend has bought them from me. This time, of course, was my sister. Who I think was basically just ordering everything Iron Brew she could from everyone. Oh. Seneca Nero, are the National Archives being digitalised? Very slowly. You must remember they have absolutely millions and millions of documents to do. Hello, Stafford Thompson. Jack Hunter, I know you're probably sick of answering this, but is anyone aware when the book is coming out? As far as I know, September. I am literally... The proof is sitting down there. I'm not allowed to show it to you yet. So far, I've read it through and I haven't spotted anything, but it's going to a couple of trusted people who have never read it before, who are going to read it through for me. And if they agree that it's good, it goes back to the publishers by the 10th of July. All goes on the print run, and it should be in shops by September. So. Decision. Apropos to the Battleships discussion of 3D printing and drone swarms, had an idea for a modern tribal on a Type 26 hull with two twin 5-inch turrets at each end and a drone-sized flight deck amidships. Interesting idea. Graham Hunter, I got a suggestion for a cool building for you to buy. The old CCB and SO up here. Great view of the flow. Fun. Seneca Nero, I was going to talk about the weight limits of shells. There is a reason they're as reinforced as they are. Seneca Nero, you hear about third rates and first rates all the time, but second rates seem to be more rare. Why is that? Because if you're just building ships of line, you tend to build third rates because they make the most sense. They're the cost-effective point. If you want to build a superstar how do I put this? If we were going for the period of up to World War One, building up to World War One, third rates would be your heavy cruisers, your large, big cruisers, not battleships, but cruisers. First rates, your big capital ships, your battleships. They're what you want to fight your battles. Second rates are sort of your battle cruisers. They're in between. They're not as cheap and easy to build and operate as your third rates, but they're not as they haven't got as much firepower as your first rates. So when you're building a second, it's rarer you build a second rate. However, there are some scenarios where a second rate is really the best fit for the job, which is why the Royal Navy tends to have a fair number knocking around. They're just not as well known because normally you've got a fleet which is either composed of third rates or it will have first rates as its flagships, in which case the second rates will never get acknowledged. The second rates are rarely acknowledged because they're either part of a fleet or they're not in the fleet, as a rule. Occasionally a second rate does show up on in various distant stations. Occasionally. And then it's a very scary thing to have deployed. It's a big thing to have been deployed. I'm not surprised the British government decided to put in a sugar tax. Let's be honest. If they're adding if they're adding fuel duty tax on petrol and diesel and all the other fuels, they're going to put a sugar tax on the human version of fuel, which is the sugary drinks. And you knew that was coming the moment alcohol sales started to go down. You've got taxes on alcohol, and basically as soon as they start making less and less money from the alcohol sector, they work out other areas to make up their shortfall. Good luck, Melanie 1640. I have that fun trying to explain sometimes to the fluffy research assistant why he needs to be brushed. Especially, it's going to sound strange. We had a poodle before this. A big one called Raleigh. No, a big one called Mozart. The current one's Raleigh. Sorry, I'm getting my poodles confused. And he used to like being brushed. He thought it was great fun. He would spend his time basically going, "Yeah, you're patting me." And this one basically goes, "You're trying to rip my fur off! I don't want to look like that!" See, any other names in here particularly interesting? Now, here is one I always find interesting. In 1940, in the 30th of December 1940, the Zigarella was captured, the store carrier of 190 tons gross, an Italian auxiliary ketch was captured at Bardia by destroyers. She was kept in service as HMS Zingarella till 1945 when she was sold. And there have been quite a few ships named Zenobia, including one which was priorly named Snowflake. And those pages that I'm holding up are all the ships named William, or some variation thereof. Seneca, did the Royal Navy steal any ships from German states or other organisations like the Hands? No. They didn't really have a navy that the Royal Navy was stealing from till it got to the point at which the Royal Navy was no longer stealing ships. This is the point, and this is the thing. Age of sail, you can steal a ship and make use of it again, because a sailing ship is a sailing ship is a sailing ship. Cannon a cannon a cannon. Yes, it won't be perfect fit of ammunition, etc., and those sort of things, but it will be good enough, it will work, so you can do it. Once you get to not quite the ironclad era, but certainly not far into the ironclad era, you've got to a point at which you can no longer do that. You can no longer go, "We've captured it, we can use it." You have to basically go, "Right then, we've captured it. That's great. We can't do much with it." We really can't. Well, if we do, we're going to have to change its guns. We're going to have to change everything about it. And there is a reason for that. It's the technological sophistication of the ships. I'm looking for the book which has something about that in it. Is it that one? No. That's Vitruvius. Right. Here's a classic example. Yamato. Now, that's the most powerful battleship in the world, arguably at its time. Yet if the US Navy captured it, would they have been able to use it? No. It's got engines which require an entirely different maintenance set. It's got guns which they don't produce shells for. It's got all sorts of specific requirements and sets up with various types of lubricants, which would have to be looked into. Its electrics, all its systems would be wired differently than on an American ship. Because it'd be wired as the Japanese wire it, not as the Americans wire it. So even though it's the most powerful battleship arguably of its era, if the Americans captured it, they wouldn't have wanted it. Images of war, battleships. World War II, evolution of the big guns. Great Dominion, what is the silliest or most inappropriate name for an RN vessel you've ever come across? There was a cartoon which had an HMS Snuggles in it. But I don't think I've ever come across a ship which has seriously been named. There have been a few of the Flower class I do look at and go, really? Really? But, you know. I have made timeline charts for all the battleships and carriers of the navies of World War I and World War II, as well as all the cruisers and light cruisers from World War II. What is the best way for me to send them to you? Discord, probably. As I said, if you find me on Discord, you'll find me, Dr. Ed Clark, you'll find me on the server, and just send a personal message to me. Usually it works. I made them on paint years ago. Cool. We all had a lot of time once. A long time ago, though, it was. A long, long time ago. Scott, the Rear-Admiral, the Americans won't be able to add their own electronics easily either, as their and the Japanese systems run on different frequencies. Yep. basically, for them to be able to run Yamato, they would have to rebuild Yamato. At which point, there's no, all they're getting out of it is the gun tubes. The gun barrels, that's literally all they're getting. Tom Golding, agreed. Blood and Iron by Katja Hoyer is a very good history of Germany between 1871 and 1918. I have it somewhere around here. Or up in my bedroom. This is the trouble. I have, you think I have a lot of books behind me, but this is about a third in total spread out all across here in about 3 rows back here, 2 rows back, 2 to 3 rows back at that level, and 2 to 3 rows back at the level above, is about a third of my book collection. And that's not even all the books I technically own, because there are some books currently welding their way to me across the internet, from the internet into real life. I am sad, but I love my books. So in terms of history, people start with big guns, cool, and then they watch hours of content to understand the content, all the context. Yes. Well, there was a good thing yet today, which was basically going around, which was the barrel or the turret on Yamato weighs the same amount as a Fletcher class destroyer. So that's your question: would it be more useful for Japan to have invested in the equivalent number of destroyers as it was for them to get a battleship? And well, see, the thing is, that's a very simplistic description, because could they manage to produce that many different engine plants? If they can't, then probably the Yamato is the better way to go. Schumann, so is that the part reason the USSR took, but effectively did not operate Age of Sovereignty during World War II? Such that the Royal Navy did not believe the turrets having moved in Soviet service. They didn't have any infrastructure or any ability to maintain her. In fact, the Royal Navy gave them basically said, we're not worried about giving them a battleship because we doubt it'll be serviceable within a year's time, because they have no maintenance facilities to maintain her at all. And they were right. And look, I mean, USN could barely keep Prince Eugen running with German crew helping. Yeah. Which British admiral captain was best at golf, cricket, football, and fox hunting? Beatty, probably fox hunting. Golf, probably Jellicoe. Cricket. There aren't many naval officers associated with cricket. And football will probably be a chief petty officer as well, because again, it's far more an NCO sport, and cricket's far more an army sport. Doug Alpha, not an admiral, only a commander, but CB Fry played cricket for England and in the FA Cup final, and was high jump world record holder for a time. Cool. Frank, I think it was because Willis Lee was a gold medal winner. Yes, he was, but that's Willis Lee. He was an interesting individual. So I think, well, the hate for Beatty. I mean, what did he do wrong as First Sea Lord? What did Beatty do wrong as First Sea Lord? Well, for starters, I'll get the book out, which will be a prop for this one. There's that one. Hang on, that one. this down. Bam, bam, ba-dum. So, what did Beatty do wrong? So, and specifically limiting us to what he did wrong as First Sea Lord. As First Sea Lord, Beatty presides over the Washington Naval Treaty. He presides over the giving of the Fleet Air Arm away to the Royal Air Force, which... You see, the thing is, I would have let the Royal Air Force take the land-based Fleet Air Arm. I would have said, yeah, they can have that. But anything that's going to be based on carriers, we're going to keep a colonel ourselves and do that, because that's essential to the operations of the fleet. And he had precedence and was asked if he really wanted to give it up. But he thought the RAF would always exist to support the Navy, not become really a strong service in on itself. Showing again how short-sighted he was and how much he misunderstood Trenchard. Finally, there is the whole effort he puts into trying to turn Eagle into a torpedo carrier, and it was under his auspices that it was decided to convert Courageous and Glorious into aircraft carriers rather than converting Admiral class vessels, which would have been a lot bigger. And there's been some interesting discussions about that recently, so watch the space. I might have found something which could provide illumination on that. I'm not sure. I might not have. Already finished this bottle off. That's the other thing I would have to admit about these bottles. I love them, and I love the iron brew in them, but by gum, can I get through them quickly? And that's, the bottles actually take up a whole 2/3 of the shelf, so that reduces the number of books I have up there. Quite a chunk. Seneca, what is a torpedo carrier? Well, the idea is you load up your aircraft carrier with the ability to launch a very large broadside of torpedoes. And then at night, she can destroy enemy fleets by going in and torpedoing them, and in day, she can find them and track them with her aircraft, and provide defense to your fleet. And that's God. The Germans could barely keep Prince Eugen running most of the time. Add translation to the mix and metric imperial conversions, and I think it's the kind of thing you call fun. Yes, and you have to remember, it's American version of imperial, not British version of imperial. As the British and the Americans found in World War II, they were two nations separated by a common language and a common measurement system, which they both had slightly different definitions for things of. Yeah, it was fun. Definitely fun. Sean Brennan, I didn't go on for that long. I managed to keep myself quite polite and quick. That's good. I've been putting my comments to the good dogs that just help someone else sell something else like this and they get missed. I went back to it and I answered already Seneca Nero's question, what is a torpedo carrier? Tirpitz Dawson did not give away the fleet arm to the RAF. The RAF was founded by Act upon 1918 by combining the Royal Flying Corps and the RNAS into one. No, Peter, how do I put this? Yes, the RAF is founded by combining that. But after at the end of World War One, when Beatty's become First Sea Lord, there's another commission which looks into and decides the fate of basically aircraft carriers, i.e. what we would call the modern fleet air arm. And there is a moment where he could have, because Beatty has the political power he does, he could have gone, yes, I'd like the aircraft back. Instead, they set up a system whereby the Royal Navy pays for them. The Royal Navy provides a certain percentage of aircrew. By 1937, this had got up to 70% of the aircrew and personnel in the fleet air arm. And yet the RAF would control them at various levels. i.e. the RAF would have significant input, if not control, over their procurement of aircraft. The RAF would have control over flying training. The RAF would have control over numbers. The RAF would have control over flying ranks. So everyone involved would have dual ranks. They would have their Navy rank and their flying rank, and the two might not accord with each other. So you could theoretically have a Royal Navy commander who was only a flying officer, so couldn't command a squadron. All sorts of various issues could crop up because of the agreements he comes in place. So you are right in that the RNAS and RFC are stripped off by Act of Parliament in 1918. But you also have to remember that the carrier air arm is sort of isn't really in place at the end of the First World War. There's a couple of ships and it's sort of getting there, not quite, but it's a very titchy part of the Royal Naval Air Service. It's a very tiny part of the Royal Naval Air Service. And so that part was almost given back to the Navy. Frank Swanner, you mentioned how bad it was to lose 3 carriers early in World War II. What other ships were lost totally unnecessarily early too? Well, the US Navy's battleships in Pearl Harbour were one group. Actually, one of the interesting things, I think, is Pearl Harbour doesn't achieve enough for the Japanese, but also stops them getting what they really wanted. Because what they really want is the Kantai-Kessen, this critical battle. And the moment you take all the battleships out of it for the Americans, you're not going to get it. Not until the Americans have built up their forces again. So you lose your chance for your decisive battle. So they don't do enough to stop the Americans building up again, because they don't take Hawaii and they don't take all those ships completely. Which allows the Americans to rebuild them and to use the facilities at Hawaii to forward base their forces. And also, if they'd stuck around longer, they'd have probably got some carriers as well. But they also do enough that they're not going to get the decisive battle they want till it's the time of the Americans choosing, and that's going to be a lot later in the war when the Americans are a lot stronger. No good book for that in a moment here. Discord, BT struggles to ever see beyond the immediate situation as First Sea Lord. Also, he's pretty much only in the office to try and to advance his progress towards the ultimate goal of being Prime Minister. I thought it was his ultimate goal of being God. I don't think Prime Minister was enough. Doc Alpha, there is also a small matter that the incompetent egomaniac should be given his marching orders after Jutland anyway, and never deserved to be First Sea Lord in the first place. I would argue he should have been given his marching orders a long time before he became Jutland. We'll leave that one side. So a torpedo carrier is basically a abomination I built in Ultimate Dreadnought, Admiral Dreadnought. Yes. And I am looking for, when I get my next paycheck, that is the first thing I'm buying, the latest version of Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Peter Dawson, a ton is either 2,000 or 2,240 pounds. It's always fun. That's what it always makes me laugh that the official definition of an inch is now 25.4 millimeters. Imperial is now defined in metric. Yep, it makes sense. Great Dominion. How many choose per side are we talking about? A lot. There were various studies. I think the most had about 24, but I think most of the practical ones were about 12 to 16. But I forget on the top of my head which was the final design. And they would still retain the flight deck and its air complement as planned. Dirt Squad. Yes, that is actually part of the problem. He was a good politician, but First Sea Lord is part political, which is another reason why Beatty could have actually sorted out the fleet air arm situation. Basically, Beatty, there is one role he could have actually been quite good at. First Sea Lord. He could have been good because he was good at the politics. But the trouble is, Beatty needed a third Sea Lord like Henderson. He needed someone who basically tell him, no, we need this. And he doesn't have that. Because he doesn't build a Sea Lords that will actually argue back with him. He doesn't want anyone who might outshine him in any way, shape or form in there. And that causes problems for the Royal Navy right through the 20s, because it leads to a whole run of not that great First Sea Lords. That's an interesting thought. Destroying the battleships prevented a decisive battle until it was too late. Yeah. So, you either turn Pearl Harbour into a decisive battle, or you don't do Pearl Harbour. You do something else which draws the Americans out to do Pearl Harbour. You know, often my point has been, why didn't they have the battleships and the carriers waiting, or deployed to wait, and launch a massive attack on the Philippines and let the American fleet surge towards them? And surge towards the Philippines, and as it's coming, then ambush it in the sea. Sink a lot of them in one go. That would have been scary. The Great Dominion. Also, wouldn't the range of British torpedoes need to be increased considerably to make a torpedo carrier an effective weapons platform? They could have done that, and they were working on it, but that was also one of the flaws. The idea was that the torpedo ranges weren't going to be that much greater than the British already were achieving, so you were going to have your very useful carrier getting in torpedo range of an enemy fleet. And if they're getting in torpedo range of enemy cruisers or enemy battleships, then they're probably in torpedo range of their enemy destroyers. Ay, caramba. Possibly in gun range of enemy destroyers, depending on how the fleets were going around. The Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere wasn't thought out much either. It never is. Anna, what could the IJN have done to eliminate Pearl Harbour as an advanced base? Destroying the dry docks and fuel storage facilities enough? Yes. If they'd launched waves 3 and 4 of their carrier strikes, they'd have done a lot more damage. And by that point, they were wearing out the defences quite heavily. Secondly, if they had managed to get some troops to land some troops on Hawaii. I know we talk a lot about the various defences on Hawaii, and they do have good defences. But they don't have anywhere near defences they would have later in the war. And they certainly don't have the defences you see later in the war as featured as part of the island. So I think if they had managed to get a couple of divisions or more troops there, the Japanese could well have taken the island. With complete... Again, this is the thing. If you've got air superiority, you've got the firepower coming in from those carriers. And if you manage to take the island, you can then refuel them and destroy the facilities. Because what you could do, and take the island, destroy as much as you can. In the nicest way, the Japanese have no qualms about killing people, so at this point, so take out as many of the enemy forces as you can, and then leave a token force behind, and basically, whatever happens, the Americans have got to come take Hawaii first. You don't have to sustain it. You can just abandon it and leave a token force there to hold it and look like you're holding it while you're building up your rest of your sphere behind it. But you could, if you did that and you'd done all the damage to those battleships, etc., you could destroy them properly. Take out all those battleships, all the dockyards, all the facilities at Hawaii. So that when the Americans not only have to build up forces and take Hawaii back, they then have to, once they're in Hawaii, build up Hawaii before they can go anywhere else. Admittedly, you probably change the entire war, and the war probably becomes far more focused on the south, because the Americans probably, it comes quicker to if they want to have a victory, any quick victories, to reinforce Australia and come up from Australia. Because of the supplies and resources there. Read British torpedo range. The monstrous torpedoes and the Nell rods were pretty long range, I guess. Had to check. They were, and I think it was, the idea was a slightly extended range version of those. There's God. First PM, then King, then Emperor, then God. That combines them all to become God, Emperor of mankind. That could well be Beatty's plan. OMG, what am I just moment? Are you trying to say that Beatty was trying to become a cat? More probably a sphinx. But certainly, maybe cat-like, but I'd say more a sphinx. Because he did like Egypt. In my German history class, the High Seas Fleet was not really mentioned at all, much maybe in passing. It's a very small part of it for them. For Take Pearl, I tried that in Civ 2 for what it was worth. Death Squad, hello. As continental power, the Navy in Germany will always be second to the Army. Royal Navy is the first service in the UK because it's an island nation. True. Well, Richard, Japan could have sunk the island of Oahu, and they would have still been doomed to the wars of war. You are more than likely right. I never said it would actually work, but I was asked the question of how you could turn Pearl Harbour into the decisive battle which the Japanese were going for. As I said in the whole video on the Kantai-Kessen, the whole problem with the decisive battle doctrine is it's not how the Americans and the British think. I.e., you win a battle with us, we're going to come back. It's based on Japanese history, it's based on the Battle of Tsushima and their experience with the Russians. It makes sense. But the trouble is they're not dealing with the Russians, they're not dealing with their own history. They're dealing with the British and the Americans, who are different. They are, for want of a better word, stubborn. There are lots of nations which are stubborn. There are some which are less so, some which are more so. Some which have periods when they are less stubborn than others. But the British and Americans are consistently stubborn. You hit them, they hit back. So with the Japanese, they might well have won a battle versus a British force, and then they would expect to negotiate. Well, they'd probably just find the British would come back with even more forces, because the British. This is the point I also try and make. The industrial capacity of Britain is very different to Japan. We often talk about Japan and Britain, and there's sometimes some period of some historians of World War II put them on a parity and go, yeah, it would have been an interesting war, it would have been very equal. The advantage of the Japanese would have been the distance the British would have to come, but the British have a lot more industrial capacity on the way, and they have a lot of fuel stored to get their ships there. The Americans have a lot more industrial capacity than even Britain once they're fully motivated, especially when the Americans have 2 to 3 years of wartime level productions, almost, without actually having to fight a war because they are supplying other people. That helps them. grow their economy dramatically. While Britain is soaking up fighting a war and having to deal with the issues of fighting a war, America is able to grow its industry. It's great. But the thing is, the whole doctrine is wrong for dealing with the Americans and British. It's not going to work. But it's also the only doctrine the Japanese really have a hope for. Because they can't fight a war of attrition. There's just no chance. They can't fight a war of maneuver. Well, the seas give you infinite maneuver, but you can only do maneuver if you can go offensive maneuver. And you can't invade America if you're Japan. You don't have the manpower. I know that's the whole premise of The Man in the High Castle, where Japan and Germany have somehow invaded America, but actually getting there would be very difficult. That's good. No, I didn't. I don't think I said hello to you. I think I said hello to old Richard. But hello again to you as well. That's good. As can USN operating from West Coast for a big, put a big crimp in effectiveness. Perfect example, crippled ship. Take forever to get home. Oh, Richard, Japan was answer that one. Great Dominion. What if the American Pacific Fleet remain based at San Diego? Does Japan still strike, and does the US enter the war on the same circumstances it did? Striking San Diego is a far more difficult prospect than striking Pearl Harbour. That's not halfway across the Pacific. That's the full way across the Pacific. The Japanese would need a lot of oil stored up and a lot of tankers to fuel up. And if you're going that far, then you have a long way to come back as well. I would also say, actually, San Diego is a far more difficult harbour to attack in some respects than Pearl Harbour. Pearl Harbour is fairly open, but shallow, which is supposed to defend it from torpedo attack. San Diego is deeper, but has more things around it which can cause you obstacles and can funnel air attacks. Excellent. I think I've got it working, Doug C. If you can see them, let me know what you think. I will do. I'll have to check Discord. Oh, I've got some messages on Discord. Something's come through. Yay, pictures from Iron Duke. Thank you, I've got them. They have come through. Cool. I like the one on tribals. I don't know. Oh. Come on, guys. Read Continent versus Island Nation, and there is Italy, who has some land borders, but mostly sea. Italy is usually a special case. And Italy's land borders are mostly mountains as well, so... Again, which is why I can never understand why the Roman Empire falls so easily. You think, let's secure the mountain passes, and put some decent, reliable troops in them, and then we'll always have a redoubt to fall back to, because we're the Romans. And you sort of go through the centuries and the Romans have troops in the mountain passes, have troops in the mountain passes, have troops in the mountain passes. You then have a series of various weird emperors and all sorts of things. And even before then, one of the first things they've got rid of to save money is the troops in the mountain passes. And then, well, lo and behold, about a century or so later, we have no Rome. Where, honestly, you're not really sacked so much as people are coming looking at the troop people you hired to be your army are coming looking for their pay. Great stuff. If the IJA and IJN got along better, they could have sent a few troop ships along and landed a force of a few thousand men. They could have. And remember, they have some very interesting ships to take landing craft with them. Frank Sputter, do we know how many tons of fuel needed to get BBs and CVs across the Pacific? Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of tons to get them across. It would have required a lot of tanker effort, but honestly, the Japanese do it to get them across, get them to Pearl Harbour, and get them back, and it's tight. They would have needed to have taken up some more tankers or found some more tankers somehow. But again, this is the thing. Japan isn't at war with anyone in the beginning of 1940. They could have started buying tanker vessels off neutral nations, i.e. South American, etc., saying they were trying to under the ruse of trying to get around the American embargo, and could probably have got away with it, and bought a whole load of extra merchant tankers, which they could have used. It wouldn't have been easy, but they could have done it. They know war's coming. They're the ones who start planning for war in December 1941. They're the ones who make the decision. Nice way, if you're going to start making an offensive war, you can make some preparations without tipping off your enemy. Buying a few extra merchant tankers under the guise some new one of the big line companies trying to getting a contract from the government maybe to supply oil or something to some place would have been a very, very viable way of covering up. Jeremy, it gives me this thought. Did Japanese forces succeed in opposed landing anyway? I mean, landing forces under fire against prepared enemy and win, or their success was mostly against the enemy don't expect and wasn't? They did quite a few of those in China, and they did quite well with those. And, of course, as Frank Swallow pointed out, Wake Island. It did take 2 tries, though. So, how would you even fight a naval war against the Americans? The Americans have a whole continent for industrial stuff that doesn't need transport overseas. That is the problem. America is a continent. I'm not saying you couldn't do it, but it's not going to be easy. And honestly, the whole purpose, the only way you could really fight against America is if you could dominate it incredibly quickly. And I'm talking the whole fighting would need to be over in less than 24 hours. You would need to basically turn up as a surprise on their coast with enough firepower to overwhelm their defences, take out all their airfields, take out all their major bridges, all their major tunnels, all their power grids, everything, and blast the place back to the Stone Age, and have troops occupying every single, pretty much every single military installation within a couple of hours. And then you would be dealing with the armed citizenry. Basically, you need to be the Trade Federation from Star Wars and have a lot of battle droids. I'm asking, Japanese admitted that the Russians after Tsushima had no capacity to rebuild and have run out of ships to form another squadron to send. Iran and USN had reserves of one or two, and were building like the Billio. Yeah. Sherman, Japan had difficulty supplying its army in China after European merchant marines withdrew shipping from the Pacific after the start of European War. Definitely, which is another reason why they could have used for buying up ships for their own merchant fleet expanding. I would say, Constance Drowsiness, that whilst you put Japan was successful in spreading variants of national ideology across Asia to the point where US and UK spent decades fighting in Asia, I would say there are a lot of ideology already in Asia. I would say nationalism is nothing new on the Asian continent when we get there. I would say it's not always had the same form, and I wouldn't say it's always had the same form as it has in the 1920s as it has in the 1950s and 60s. There is different forms that go through. Yeah. Problem I see the US concentrating war effort in the South Pacific is the increasing control handed to MacArthur. Not a good plan. But necessity, especially as, let's be honest, if they've landed troops in Hawaii and they've managed to cut off escape, then possibly Nimitz is dead. That's the point. Just think of how many of their key officers, their key intelligence officers, their key people would be killed in an operation in Hawaii. That's the actual big damage the Japanese would do. You would destroy a huge amount of the institutional memory of the US Navy. That's good. I doubt that any invasion of Hawaii would have worked. The US troops and civilians would have been able to make holding Hawaii incredibly costly for the Japanese. I never said they'd have to be holding it. I said they want to destroy it and go through it and take everyone. And if you've got massive amounts of air attacks coming in, you've got those fighters dropping aircraft dropping bombs all over the place. The American forces would have been in a lot of trouble. Some crack troops. Let's say some of the troops from the war in China, experienced veteran Japanese soldiers, orders to destroy everything. It's not coming in to take the island, it's coming in to destroy stuff. So don't think of it as coming in to take and hold territory or hold things. Think of them as coming in to destroy everything. It's a very different rules of engagement. And you've got all those civilians. Remember, those American troops, those American sailors, American forces, they have their families there. They have people they want to protect. It becomes a very, very nasty battle very quickly. Second hand, their own fell because there was no way of knowing who will be next emperor. Any commander could be proclaimed to be emperor. Yeah, it gets weak. There again, though, if you had that decent army around Italy, they could stop any other commander coming into Italy. So, would mean the Roman elite would retain be in charge. Third squad. The Japanese would struggle to buy merchant tankers from other nations' companies, as both the government and companies had no currency that anyone was willing to take in exchange. Yes and no. Depends what quality ships you're looking for. If you're looking for good enough, you can do it. I was asking, fighting the USA easy peasy, alliance with Mexico, often in Texas and California won. Of course, that famous telegram that the Germans sent doing that really worked out well for them. Friedman, can you comment on the combat effectiveness of the Special Naval Landing Forces, SNLF, aka the Japanese Marines, for early 1942? They're decent enough troops. They're not like the US Marines or the Royal Marines. They are a different organisation, but they're good enough troops. They could do with slightly more heavy caliber weaponry, but the Japanese emphasis is on speed of movement and lightness of and quick speed of deployment, so that tends to make things lighter. Would the Japanese have any real ability to do merchant raiding on USN supply lines to Australia? Why didn't they if they could have? Honestly, the Japanese couldn't because the Japanese didn't really have the ships to do that sort of thing with. Japanese didn't really build ships which were good for surface raiding. Oh, they certainly would have liked to tried it, but they didn't really have enough ships to do it. They was always doing other things. They weren't really a priority for them. But it would take a complete worldwide effort since US has assets all over on land and sea. And true. But you would have to do a worldwide effort, but you could do it. Next one, not Nimitz. Kimmel was Admiral. Yeah, Kimmel was there. But you would have still lost... Where was Nimitz in? Let me remind myself of where was Nimitz. In Pearl Harbour. Nimitz was... Nimitz was in Hawaii, so yeah. And Nimitz was in Washington, so actually he would have been safe, yes. But he's promoted directly from... He's promoted directly from Rear-Admiral. I love the US Navy. Oh... Good old Nimitz. Seriously, I've got to... someone's got to write a book about that guy and what he did in terms of post-World War II. Very sad, indeed. Destroying the intelligence officers who'd cracked and planned the Midway, for example. Yeah. You could take out a lot of the institutional memory of the US Navy if you took out Hawaii properly. Senator Canera, so you're saying turn Hawaii into another Nanking? Pretty much. It's not nice. You know. It's not what I would want to see happen to anywhere. Frankly, I wouldn't want Nanking to have happened, but it's the option the Japanese could have gone down. And it would have turned Hawaii into a form of decisive battle, because the amount of stuff the Americans lost would have set them back at least 12, if not 18 months more than what actually Pearl Harbour did. Because imagine it, they would probably lose at least another carrier. At least one carrier. They would not be able to recondition or refloat any battleships. They'd have lost them all. They'd have lost all the intelligence teams. They'd have lost all the engineering specialists. And think about the technology the Japanese could have captured and taken back with them. You know, that would have just been a disaster. That's what I do agree, but if you want them enough, you find a way. I believe the Japanese surprise attacked Pearl Harbor because surprise attack the Chinese and Russians have worked well for them. Again, yes, very true. Start was commander. But no. I think Japan should have occupied Darwin. I don't think anyone wants to invade Australia, mainly because the wildlife will kill you long before any Australian soldiers get there. Yeah, funny enough, the US Navy also promoted Kimmel from Rear-Admiral to 4-star rank in one jump too. Yeah. Nick Waters, the first CVN was Enterprise. The first class of CVNs is Nimitz. That's good, but yes, there was manpower and materials in Australia to throw at it to get it built fairly quickly. Australia didn't have them because not needed. Once needed, there's all sorts of things in Australia. And also, Australia did have facilities. You do not rule out Australia because there's a huge amount of oil dumps. Remember, the Royal Navy's been investing in Australia. The Royal Australian Navy's been investing in Australia for a long time. Australia has a lot more facilities than you would initially think, and to be honest, the British Pacific Fleet, when it turns up there, the main problem it has up there is it's designed to take. They looked at the facilities and go, "This is the fleet it's designed to take." Dun, turn up. And, oh, frig! The Americans are here as well as the Australians, and they're using more ships than we thought they'd be. Oh, that's a problem. Right, I'm going to add in another timestamp because I should do. Okay, occasionally I do them just to. Right, so I'm at 1:30. 01:30. That's better. That is better. I always like it looking neat. That's why I corrected. As I said, Enterprise was the first nuclear aircraft carrier. Nimitz was the first class of nuclear aircraft carrier. By that I mean Enterprise stands its own ship, single ship class. The first class of nuclear carriers are the Nimitz class. As I said, CVN class. After Enterprise, which is its sole ship and its sole class. Jupiter, Darwin is a long way from the rest of Australia, and the Allies have to take it back. That would have been fun, yes. Carlos, Re-Australian Wildlife. Sadly, that's an invitation for dinner for the plan. I'm not sure. I would not like to try. I would not like to turn around to a kangaroo and say you're my dinner. As far as I know, emus and kangaroos have both won their wars versus the Australian army, which was there and prepared to protect itself. That's good. I'm not saying the facilities would be as good as Pearl initially, but they'd be functional and improving. If Pearl was destroyed, the USN would find a way. The USN, the Royal Navy, would find a way, yes. I'm afraid, don't take this the wrong way, but if Pearl Harbour is destroyed and the USN are set back that much, then more than likely the Royal Navy has to start to take a far more active role in the Far East earlier than it does previously. In fact, you probably find HMS Victoria, you probably find whatever USN forces are destroyed will meet up with Somerville's fleet in the Indian Ocean, especially if it depends. If Pearl Harbour's been completely annihilated, then Force Z might well be pulled back until it be reinforced with aircraft carriers. If it's been as devastating as it could be, it could well be pulled back, in which case it might be Admiral Phillips. But my strong suspicion is that if it turns to an actual war-fighting scenario, Phillips gets promoted to a post where he's coordinating allies and Somerville gets sent out as fleet commander. It's kind of like what will happen later with Fraser and Vian, in that you'll have Fraser as the theoretical commander floating around going, "Hello, I'm doing all the diplomacy," and Vian actually running the fighting. Frank's Runner, if you put a 12-inch gun on a really big plane, how many rounds could you reasonably fire? What's the structural integrity of your plane? Look, which aircraft carrier air groups considered elite? Question occurred to me while watching Dragon Purcell. Yorktown Lexingtons, I think, so sure, based on results. Illustrious and Ark Royals in the Royal Navy were always considered fairly elite. Victoriouses and Formidables were considered elite. Basically, any of the big principal fleet carriers got soon quite quickly considered elite. Any ship named Enterprise, any ship named Lexington or Saratoga tend to be considered elite. Anuk. Neutralizing Pearl Harbour presents massive logistics problems for US and RN. Yep. It does. Sorry, I was looking around trying to listen if there was a drip, drip, drip going on. I think it's outside. I do need to fix the drains before I go away. I know. Neutralizing Pearl Harbour presents massive logistics problem for USN and RN. Yep. That's good. The main wildlife around Darwin is massive saltwater crocodiles. They can grow to the size of a small boat and they eat everything. Enjoy, invaders! That was good. The harbour, even the commercial one at Honolulu, is still there. Set up a few tankers and use the harbour as a refueling base for crossing the Pacific. It's not perfect, but it'll do for now. Depends how much damage the troops have done. Remember, if you put troops ashore, you can do a lot of damage, and they can do a lot of damage. Look at how many the raids the British did in Norway, etc. In less than 24 hours ashore, less than a day, they managed to do humongous amounts. Sometimes less than 12 hours ashore. Look at what they did at Saint Nazaire, etc. If you have a committed force, you don't require control to do the damage. You just require buying yourself enough time. I think holding Australia would be even more difficult than putting some troops on Hawaii. Especially, and this is going to sound strange, but the Australians do have a fairly large number of tanks, and that is probably the first thing the British would deploy to Australia would be some tanks from the Middle East. Montgomery would actually be having kittens and claiming that they were putting back his offensive ages, but I think that's Montgomery's out by this point in the Middle East, in Africa, I think so, possibly. But he would probably have an armoured brigade shipped across the Indian Ocean to Australia, and that would not be nice for the Japanese, because Japanese armour, remember, decided that they were going to be fighting an island campaign and no one would be able to bring heavy armour or even medium armour. They just fought light armour. That's why they were concentrating on tanks with 47mm cannon. You have some British Army armoured brigade turn up from North Africa, a well-trained, well-drilled brigade. Can't think which one, probably one of the brigades from the desert, from First Armoured, and you aren't going to be having any problems with the Japanese at all. in Darwin. It will be interesting getting them there, but once they go with some tanker trucks, etc., get them in range, roll them in. There isn't much to stop them once they start rolling. And the Japanese will be going, not good. Because again, the thing is, the Japanese become very good at fighting tanks later in the war once they're used to them and they're trained. Their first engagements with the heavy armour are a case of, what are these things? And those are in spaces which are far more confining than Darwin. Sam Thompson, TVD Devastators claim 5 torpedo hits on Shohertz policy. This does not square with most early war US torpedo attack reports. Do you believe it? It's quite possible. US Navy been getting better. Hello, Yickers. Graham Harlan, does any country currently have the ability to manufacture any naval big guns? Probably, if any, 3 countries do, it's US, Russia, and Japan, Russia and Italy, which have the abilities. China, possibly, but they would need to. They'd all need to work up. The Americans, I think, the largest they can build is an 8-inch gun. They certainly have got a 6-inch and various 8-inch ideas considered. That's good. By harbour, I don't mean the dock, I mean the geographical feature. Calm water for easy direct fueling from tankers. Again, how many wrecks have you gotten there? How many mines? How many explosives? Yes, you can do it, but it's not going to be easy. And again, it's not going to be a quick setup. And think also about how many tankers you'll lose in Hawaii. This is the thing. Think about all the resources you lose in Hawaii when you do it. You'll get there, but you need to build the resources first before you can get there. Sonic Clearance. New Zealanders will help with bulb samples. Oh, yes, they would. Andres Gallardo Garcia, Howard the Clock. What's your opinion about US aircraft carriers and illustrated design history from Norman Friedman? I normally have it somewhere around me. Let me have a look. It's a good book. I enjoy it. Where is my big dark blue fat book? There we go. Oh, ba ba ba. Yadadadi. So, for starters, and I forgot to say this, hello, Andres Gallardo Garcia. I don't think I've seen you before, so hello, welcome. And as ever to everyone, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for those people who decided to join, like old Richard, who get to use some very, very snazzy emojis. And thank you to everyone who's a patron and who's currently voting in what will be coming out on announced on Thursday as next month's patrons. It's a good, lovely book. This is my copy. It's one of the older copies, I think. I think there's a newer version of this book going around. It's lovely. It's got all sorts of stuff in. It's full of writing. It's full of text. As ever, it's a lovely place to start. And that's what I always recommend about Friedman's works. They are a great place to start. They are a great foundation. In January 1914, in January 1943, Bruships, the Bureau of Ships, proposed a much more modest improvement program. At a cost of 11 feet of flight deck forward and 7 feet aft, plus a considerable reshaping of bow lines above the water and the construction of a large stern sponson, the Bofors battery at each end of the ship could be doubled. As for 5-inch directors, if the hangar fortship's catapult were removed, its portside sponson could support a third Mark 37 director at a cost of some flight deck area, which would have to be cut away to provide it with useful overhead lines of sight. The hangar deck catapult would be replaced by a second unit on the flight deck as it designed then being developed for the Midway class. In fact, only 6 ships, CVs 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, ever received the hangar deck catapult. The Essex herself had no catapults as completed, and the Lexington only the flight deck unit, due to delays in delivery. A very radical plan, somewhat similar to that ultimately accepted for the Midways, was rejected by a January 1943 conference between representatives of the Bureau and of Admiral King's office. It would require an increase in beam so great the carrier could not pass through the Panama Canal, an actual decrease in flight deck area, and a decrease in the total cones of fire available to the 12 5-inch guns. This last decrease was due to the side-mounted weapons being unable, under any circumstances, to fire across the flight deck. The result was a compromise. The third Mark 37 director would be mounted on the catapult sponson, and the flight deck above cut away just enough to provide it with an unobstructed view from 60 degrees before and 60 to 60 degrees above the port beam. As for 40mm guns, the conference considered portside coverage insufficient, even though it could be argued that the 4 mounts on the island could fire to port. The additional bow and stern weapons could have 180 degrees arcs of fire, and another would be mounted just above the third Mark 37 director on the former catapult position sponson. The conference also favoured the CIC under the 4th protective deck, but noted that since space would be scarce there, it would be impractical to relocate air plots similarly. Now there was resistance. The commander of Air Force Atlantic did not want any reduction in flight deck length. Moreover, he was unimpressed with the proposed CIC location. Experience of carriers lost in the present war seems to indicate the opposite. Personnel lost in the island structure has been comparatively light, while many of the so-called protected stations, such as Central Station, have been amongst the first that had to be abandoned. It is recommended that these stations should remain in the island, or else on the deck immediately below the flight deck and abreast of the island. However, the proposed changes were pressed ahead, and on the 4th of March 1943, the Secretary of the Navy formally approved new characteristics for the Essex class, providing for the shorter flight deck, the third director, all 11 quadruple 40mm mounts, the second flight deck catapult, and relocation of the CIC and fighter direction station to positions under armour. Now the issue was to an extent to which ships under construction, and indeed with high priorities for completion, could be altered without unacceptable delay. For example, on 19th of March, Newport News, which was building CVs 10 to 15 at the time, reported it could install the improved ventilating system on CVs 15 and 21, not yet laid down, the new relocated and redesigned gasoline tanks in CVs 15 and 21 only, a strengthened flight deck in CV 11, and later ships, the new flight deck catapult and shorter flight deck in CVs 14, 15 and 21, and additional directors in CVs 15 and 21, with structural work only in CV 14, the extra bow and stern 40mm mounts in CVs 14, 15 and 21, and the relocated CIC and fighter director stations in CVs 15 and 21 only. Ships with the new bow mounts with the associated clipper bows were known as the long hull group. CVs 9 to 13 at Newport News, CVs 16 to 18 at Quincy, and CVs 21 to 31 at New York Navy Yard were completed to the earlier short hull design. They all received the enlarged stern sponson and portside quadruple mount on the former catapult position, but not the clipper bow. The latter proved a mixed blessing, as it caused excessive slamming in service. After the Ticonderoga buckled a hangar, strength deck, amidships in a post-war passage around Cape Horn, the entire class had to be strengthened. Fun times. Nighttime production. In a scenario where USN and RN join up in the ocean post 7th December, would ships like Hermes, Robbie? What can you really do with Hermes by 1941? She's probably relegated to convoy escort. And in fact, as an escort carrier, she'd have been fine. Let's be honest. She's got the ability to do that. Dove Squad, have you seen the Australian design tank? Yes, they were cool. Jeff Beeler, there is no road from southern Australia to Darwin, just vehicle unfriendly tracks. So you have to build roads and railway and amphibious landing capabilities to attack dug-in Japanese. That's why you take an armoured brigade. With tanks. Greg Sussing, I seem to remember there's an issue of no one having large tooling needed to make the big guns anymore. That's pretty much the difficulty, but you can rebuild the tooling. What's more important is do you have the metal capacity to actually make the specific... I'm trying to remember the phrase. Alloys needed for the particular metal. Hiya, cuz. Next one. Drac probably has whatever books Dr. C is missing. Admiral Beatty. Dr. C. Hello, Dr. C from Great Falls. Hello, Admiral Beatty. I'm not sure why you're in Virginia, but I'm glad to hear you're there. Nowhere near the Admiralty. Seneca, what is the biggest warship to be able to build, or realistically? 500,000 tons? Well, what are you building it for? What's the warship's role? Where are you building it? Do you have yards big enough to build it? That's the bigger limit. Limitation, as we always point out, is infrastructure. In build patrols, we go on this about regularly. It's infrastructure. And Nicholas, the early war, the UK didn't have any Spitz Harriers to spare. Probably better to look in buying P-40s from the US at the time. Well, the Australians were buying stuff from the US. They were buying the... they bought a lot of aircraft from the US. And the Great Dominion. Any ideas about why Australia didn't acquire or build Hurricane Spitfires in 1939 to 41 for home defence? Had to rely on the Wirraway as a frontline fighter. They didn't rely on the Wirraway. They relied on... They had something else. If I remember correctly, they had Brewster Buffaloes, which they bought from the Americans. Which were fine. They needed better coordination, but they all needed better coordination. Right. Thank you, Samuel Thompson, for that. And the Wirraway was developing their industry, and they were trying to build up to it. That's the other thing, and it's what industry did they have available to build some. Sam Thompson, I look at a massive forces, invasion forces of Anzio, Normandy, and Okinawa and think, wow, lots of power. Then the economist in me despairs at the enormous waste knowing so many resources were to be mothballed. It happens. Actually, Australia couldn't have. Canada had a far more developed industrial base than Australia did. You have to remember, Canada has actually got far more aircraft manufacturing companies than Australia has. Australia can actually build small ships quite well, but they have problems with their industrial base. They have not really pushed their economy forward. A problem they're having today with the fact that they haven't really kept the industrial base going to build submarines, which is why they're now having to import French submarines. Great Dominion. Presumably some of the Canadian Hurricane production could have been diverted for Australia use if British production wasn't sufficient to supply demands. They did consider it, and I think some Hurricanes did go out there. You have to remember, there's a lot of Royal Australian Air Force fighting in Singapore. But also you have to remember that the Hurricanes and Spitfires are not really great for the Far East. They're short-legged European interceptors. This is the point about a lot of the Royal Air Force designs and why the Royal Navy despairs of them. Because when the Royal Navy mentions we want long range, the RAF goes, well, that means it has to be slow. And when, this time, because that's the way the Air Ministry is structured. Because the Air Ministry is structured around heavy bombers. And if you look at the Lancaster, that's not got anywhere near like the range which you'd need for operating in the Pacific theatre. You'd have to cut the bomb capacity quite a bit and add in a lot more fuel to make the Lancaster a practical weapon of war for fighting in the Pacific theatre. And it's even more when we go back to 1939 aircraft. And that's got, to be honest, and the Great Dominion, and I would point this out, what the British would have probably got would be the Americans to deliver them. American merchant ships would have probably delivered them across the Pacific. Quite happily. No need to convoy, nothing. You could have loaded American merchant ships, delivered them across to Australia. That's what they were doing with a lot of things. If they'd done that. Instead, the Australians were getting Brewster Buffaloes. Eighth book down, second stack from the wall. 2, 4, 6, 8. Hang on, no, second stack from the wall. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, let's see what we produce. And you reckon page 208. For the hell of it, I will do this. If I can get it out. Ooh. Ah, that's why. It's blocked in by that. Ah. The history of the world's warships. And what did he say? Page 204. The enormous area of water was important mainly for being crossed by several very important trade routes. The German Naval High Command understood full well the vulnerability of the UK's maritime trade and had constructed ships designed specifically for the decimation of the shipping plying these routes. Among these ships were the 3 Panzerschiff or pocket battleships. Heavy cruisers. These were well protected and had diesel-ish engines for great endurance and possessed a nicely balanced armament including 6 11-inch 280mm, 8 5.9-inch 150mm and 6 4.1-inch and 105mm guns. The German rationale was these ships could outfight what they could not outrun and outrun what they could not outfight. No, they couldn't. They certainly couldn't outrun what they couldn't outfight. Let's be honest, they're diesel-powered. If the Royal Navy had a battle cruiser on their tail, they could not outdo it. Shortly before the outbreak of war, 2 of the pocket battleships moved into the Atlantic. One of these was the KMS Admiral Graf Spee, with orders in the event of hostilities to disrupt British trade, but at the same time to avoid action with warships that could cause damage far from dockyard facilities. The pocket battleship started work in the earnest near the end of September 1939, sinking liner Clement off the Brazilian coast. There we go. There's page 204. Yeah, there we go. I was saying, Packard Merlins weren't available before late 1941. No, but they are producing something, I think, in Canada. Canada was lucky that it could buy things like machine tools and stamping plants from the US right next door. The Australians had to go much farther to get theirs. Canada are plants too, and de Havilland. Yes. Rhoda Bay. Hello. Look, like building big guns is all about having the huge ovens for the annealing and relieving processes. Most modern steel mills can make any steel you have the recipe for. You see, I had this conversation with someone not that long ago. And actually, when you're talking about making the steel, the specific alloys you need for very largest guns, it's very, very complicated. And if you consider battleship, warship grade steel these days, in Europe there is like one factory which we really trust to produce it. There are a couple others which are quite decent, and even Britain isn't one of the nations which produces it. We tend to go to the Scandinavian colleagues, Swedes, for some nice steel because it's the better steel for our new frigates and destroyers sometimes. So yeah, it's theoretically you're right. In practice, you're not. In practice, it's different because it required a lot of effort to make it to that sort of level. Sorry, they also built the boomerang. That they did. Squad. Also, after Pearl Harbour, the UK and US agreed that the US would protect east of Singapore. Therefore, the US became responsible for supplying Australia with weapons and vehicles. Now, down practice, wouldn't a Naval Lincoln be a good bomber for the Pacific Theatre? Granted, they weren't available till early 1945. Yes, but that's far later. They'd have had to build the Avro Lincoln a little bit earlier. A lot earlier. They could have... I'm not saying it was technologically beyond them to build it. No, it just wasn't what they were aiming for. It is also a question whether there's enough targets that demand the attention of something bigger than a few 8-inch modern guided shells. Of course he spells harbour the British way for Pearl Harbour. Has someone been complaining? I can go back and change it if you really want me to. Or I can continue to wind up people by spelling it the proper way. The British Queen's English way. I wonder about quality and precision of drilling the bore. They may be make or break of barrel making. In modern 155mm land guns, they have surprisingly few producers. Yeah. That's good, partly, but the institutional and practical knowledge of how to turn and cast a large gun has been lost. We'd have to do some serious testing and relearning first. The institutional memory has been, but I don't think the actual documentary memory has been. That's been retained. Excellent. Wasn't there a good book? Was that a good book, despite referring to the pocket battleships as battleships? It is a good book. It is a very good book. Look, let's put it this way. A lot of historians do refer to them as pocket battleships, because that's their reading of what Panzerschiff means. Actually, Panzerschiff means literally armoured ship. Remember correctly? Yes. And that doesn't necessarily mean battleship. They call them people like to call them pocket battleships, but that's mainly actually a British press invention, which was done to, I don't know, wind everyone up. Nick Waters. Initially, India struggled to get the type of steel design asked for when making the Vikrant. They did have fun with that. Sam Thompson. This yank is on record for obliteration on Westford spelling in favour of Oxford English spelling. Pearl Harbour. One dictionary to rule them all. Hi, Sean Max. Hello, folks. The mod is back. I hope you're all behaving yourselves. They've been mostly behaving themselves. Peter Dawson. Productions. The Lincolns Mark 1 and 2 were originally Lancasters 4 and 5 before renaming. They had later variant Merlin than the normal length. They also had slightly longer range from memory. That's good. Yeah, everything's relatively short range compared to the B-29. But by that point, we had islands in range for B-20. Oh, what's that called? Not B-17s. The other ones. For if I'm not mistaken, some of them were actually in range of B-25s by that point. In which case, the Lancaster should have been roughly able to keep up with that. Roughly speaking, give or take. And with large gun barrels, the alloy is easy, but the alloy is not the easy part. Getting the alloy right is in quantities and consistencies is actually very, very difficult. As Dirt Squad then points out, documents still exist, but transferring knowledge from documents to practical application is a learning process. It's the same with alloys, because often the phraseology has changed. Excuse me. B-24? B-24 I think is probably what I was thinking at more than B-25. But I occasionally get them confused because the Americans, you have the Liberator, which is, yeah. I think they were getting into B-25 range now, but B-24, I was like, it's called the Liberator, but let's be honest, we all remember Flying Fortress. Which looks cooler, but ultimately is possibly less effective. And that's going to get me into trouble with a lot of people watching. Ooh. Schumach, I'm no longer employed at McDonald's and couldn't be happier about it. What happened? Were they not supplying decent fries? Jennifer, the British press are responsible for many misnomers where warships are concerned. For example, Battlecruiser et al. B-25 was twin-engine model, B-24 was the four-engine one. 24, I think, was the Mitchell I was thinking of, but Liberator also. That's good. A common saying from the time, the B-24 Liberator, the flying boxcar that the B-17 was delivered in. Richard. Heat treating furnaces of sufficient size are key infrastructure in large gun armor plate methodology. Such furnaces may no longer exist. I think if you're looking for ships, probably not, but considering the way they work on making tank armor, they have some fairly decent sized furnaces. Are they large enough is a different question, is a whole different question. Ah, yes, the B-19. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Ah, yes. to media file images. Let's go to Naval History Live, where hopefully it's saved it. Ah, there it is. So, for those wondering what we're talking about when we're talking about it, this is the XB-19. Built by those wonderful people, Douglas. And let's see, it would have had 16 combat crew, plus perhaps a provision for 2 additional flight mechanics and a 6-man relief crew, so it could have been flying with a total of 24. Length, 40 metres long. Wingspan, 64 metres, well, nearly 65. Height, nearly 13 metres. Total wing area, near enough makes no difference, 400 metres squared. Empty weight, 39 tonnes. Standard operating weight, 63.5 tonnes. Maximum takeoff weight, 73.5 tonnes. It had fuel capacity, 10,350 US gallons on internals, and I could optionally take another 824 US gallons as optional auxiliaries. It was powered by 4 Wright R335 duplex Cyclone 18-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines, so that's 2,000 horsepower each, or rather for a total of 8,000 horsepower, and it used 3-bladed constant speed metal propellers. It could carry 8.5 tons of bombs internally, and including external fuel racks, which did reduce the fuel load, it could carry 16.8 tons of bombs. Had a maximum range of 5,200 miles and a service ceiling of 23,000 feet, or 7 kilometers. Yes, this was not something you wanted to get in an argument with. Sure, I quit. I got a better job. Excellent. Graham Handler, you think they may consider bringing back the name Hood for Type 83? Potentially, but that would suggest that if we have a war with China, we need to keep that ship well away from them. Although we all hope we don't have a war with China, because that really wouldn't probably be good for the planet. Frank's about it. Between CIC, fighter direction, new aircraft, better training, communication, radar, and a coherent command structure, did any one of these have a larger effect than the rest of the Philippine Sea? No. They all combined. It's a cumulative effect. If you'd had one of them, that would have been a slight advantage, but not noticeable. All of them, a humongous advantage. Nick Waters, I was told correspondents get to pick their posting to some extent, so B-17s in the UK with a comfy bed, restaurants, cinema and ladies, or B-24 in Africa with a tent and rations. Oh, we'd all go for B-24 in Africa, wouldn't we? We're all, you know, hardy people. Anyway, institutional knowledge on how to make something that was regularly produced as recently as the early 90s has been lost, though I suspect that won't be so much of an issue with large guns. Scott, this too, it's not just a relearning process to make the guns or armor, it's relearning how to build and building a modern equivalent of the infrastructure too. Rider boy, if you can make a slow-speed diesel, you have big enough ovens. Probably. Simon Thompson, irony, B-17 built for anti-ship warfare, but was pulled from Pacific Theatre in 1943. Japanese air defense was generally weak, and B-24 had the Pacific Theatre range. Jack, I wonder how making large ships screw shafts knowledge may be transferable to very large gun productions. It depends, especially as we move more and more towards pod propulsion, which I think is what's going to be coming on the next generation of warships. pretty certain it is. I wouldn't be surprised if your next generation are tumble home in case of Type 83. I wouldn't be surprised if it's pod propulsion. It gives you maneuverability and it gives you reliability, and it also gives you a lot more in terms of resilience, because you can fit more pods into a hull than you can fit other engine units, and you can fit the power generation all around the hull. You don't have to have the big engine room shafts and that sort of system. So anyway, it is somewhat strange hearing you talk about such low numbers for horsepower and such. Did US battleship shells for anti-ship bombs like... did the US use battleship shells for anti-ship bombs like the Japanese? Yes and no. The Americans developed their own range of very interesting things. Sam Johnson, hello. Happy to your granddad and brother. Granny says thank you. Thank you. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. As I said, it's been a pleasure talking to everyone. It's been lovely. It's one of the things I have to say I'm really glad has come out of COVID for me, is meeting a whole online community, which is a lot of fun. I'm hoping to meet some of you in person when I start wandering around properly, once we can. Once enough people are vaccinated and Delta variants and Foxtrot variants and Golf variants stop causing trouble. Shumran. Large multi-engine Allied bomber level attacks on fleets at sea were generally ineffective early in the war. How did Allied tactics evolve to make these aircraft more effective later in the war? They didn't use them later in the war for attacks on ships at sea. They learned very quickly that a multi-engined heavy bomber attack, or level bombing attack, isn't going to work. When they were in harbour, like Tirpitz was, then you go drop tall boys on them. That's what you do. You drop when they're in harbour, you pummel the life out of them. When they're at sea, it's dive bombers, it's torpedo bombers, it's lighter aircraft which can get in closer and launch the bombers more accurately, because if you're dropping from too high up, the ships can tend to avoid you. Frank Spanner, what does it take to be a marksman in the 1800s? Luck. No, usually you were able to hit a target at a certain distance. Then you get into the rifles and things like that. And Fab, don't need rudders with pods, and we all love rudders. That's the other advantage, yeah. No rudders, no propeller shafts. None of that stuff which can go wrong. Well, hey, multiple pods. One pod goes wrong, you can, if necessary, just drop it out. Get rid of the weight. Now, as earlier we were discussing it, I'm going to put up as if I have it hanging above me, but I don't, of course, although I would love to, because it's a rather cool painting. The Whitcomb's Battle of the Saints, which, of course, shows Hood's Barfleur in the centre attacking the French flagship Ville de Paris at the right of Battle of the Saints. So this is HMS Barfleur, which is the 1768, so it's the second Barfleur, under the command of appropriate enough because also we're talking about him. Hood attacking the Ville de Paris. It's raining something chronic this evening. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let's see. Anything else I can... Ah, yes, that's what I was going to. Da, 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 da. 0224. It's really pouring down out there. I've got to fix the drainage out there on that side, and I can hear it clearly. Sean, sorry, Doscod. Sean Brand, the change of tactics was don't attack anything that's moving from 20,000 feet. Yeah, it doesn't tend to work. Seth Thompson, much of the golden battleship would it? How much of a golden battleship would have been for Tirpitz to knock out a Toolboy on its way down with their AA? Golden BB. It would have been freaking amazing. Schumack, unlike. Odd Richard, pod propulsion is the way forward for small to mid-sized combatants, but for CVN and CV LHD types, the added draft and docking clearance on the huge pods poses a problem. Agreed, but honestly, considering the size of the propellers those things are going with, it might not be long before they get in. Besides, you might also go for slightly smaller but more numerous pods. Again, as part of your damage control and resilience. Cam goes on. Reality ship bombing. And if they are hard, start with shallow dive craft from dropping cluster bombs. Tends to dampen 20 to 80mm flak. That it does. We're not getting into the nuclear armed air-to-air missiles. They're just absurd and obscene in many ways. Good way to wipe out your own forces. Luckily, I'm up a hill, so I'm not worried about flood warnings too often. Senator Canoe, it is raining in Britain? Not possible. Yes, it is raining. So my plan is at some point this week to go to, and this is a great thing, one of our local B&Qs has now got a thing where you drive up, you open your boot, and they come out and put the stuff in your boot for you, and then you drive away without you ever having to get in, if you come from a shielded house. So I will probably be doing that, driving up, or, well, if they'll allow me to, order it online and it's still working. Get the various parts I need, come back and fix it. Doesn't sounds like Gus Dogs. May I take the opportunity to say well done on patching the roof? To be fair, the roof, I would have to admit, and I will say this quite openly, is far more thanks to assistance of Drakenafel than me in some respects, because it was initially put up by the builders, and then we had to get it down, and then we had to fix it and put it up, and we had to put up another layer to extra protection of it, and we did all sorts of work, and most of the ideas came from Drac, who has had far more experience doing it than I have, and was very, very helpful. What a good point, Doctor. Thank you. Thanks, Father. What class of ship had the best protection for its crew in the fighting tops? None. The fighting tops are terrible. You don't want to be in them. None of them have protection. I am not getting Caterpillar Drive going. How about the Iowa recommissioned with the atomic Annie rounds for the main guns? Oh, no. Look. This is going to sound strange, but there is such a thing as having a too powerful gun. You need a weapon which is just right. You need a weapon which is devastating for enemy, but possibly, hopefully, not so devastating at the range you're launching it from. Grand Fat Highlander, if you had a choice, which ship would you have kept round between the Hood and Vanguard for last hour in Falklands? Vanguard. The sheer amount of 40mm and other weapons on Vanguard, that would have seriously made a cramp in the day of the Skyhawks. Trent Lanka, regards B-27 versus B-17. The B-24 had less directional stability than the B-17 due to its tool design, and even when it was trimmed, well, its nose tended to wander in a circle. It was fun. So, okay, how close do you and Drac live? Probably closer than any of our immediate friends and family would really like, because it means that we're very close if we want to chat with each other. We never realised we were quite so close. And then we realised it and went, yay! Translanker. The wing that enabled it to carry huge loads far was optimised for a lower altitude than B-17. I have to fly a little faster at lower max altitude at autumn long wing. The joy of the B-27 or B-25. But Dr. Clark, air-to-air nuclear missiles are the only instance I know of where people were at ground zero when the nuclear weapon detonated and survived without significant health problems. We will live in amazement on regular occasions, but I still wouldn't want to use them. Trimac, I revised my earlier statement. Everything can be used as a skip bomber at least once. That's the problem. Interesting question. Did the British Army ever use falconers? I don't think they have used a drone, and I don't think they've used a weapon system. And they haven't used. I don't think they've ever used falconers as in the people, so no, I don't think so. I seem to remember the Yeah, I don't think they've ever used falconers. As I understand it. You never know. The British do like to have their various secret programs. Also, while we're talking, one of the things I should probably mention is how the vote's going. Currently, in the vote for July's Patron 2021 choices, we have, in the lead, the original cruisers, Royal Navy frigates in age of sail, with 17 votes. That's Aaron Evans' suggestion. Second spot, we have coastal defence ships, the theory, design and operational differences between navies, as proposed by Wayne Borian. And in third, so don't count him out because it is the CIA's suggestions, Victorious Robin and what sorts of naval exchanges happen between the RN and USN in direct carrier cooperation. That's on 12. The next ones down from that are Admiral, Japanese hybrid warships of World War II, worth building or waste of resources, 9 votes. Then we have on 6 votes, Bicherons, French armoured cruisers, equal or better than other navies and contrasting to their battleships, 1890 to 1915. 5 votes, Brad, When Politics Trumps Progress, How We Want 8, led to the R class. And Ian Carr, World War I Q ships, the idea, design and operations. That's fun. That's the current votes going. Right. Hello. I needed this live this week. Thanks always for putting these on. I had cover jab yesterday. My arm hurt like you know what. Yeah, I do remember that. Mine was my back. I ended up spending a lot of time in the bath going, yeah, this helps. I have never before wanted a hot tub as much from my home as I did after I had the vaccine. Both times. Back was going, ah. Janewith, Real Richard, the Queen Mary 2 is propelled by 4 pods, 2 fixed and 2 with variable azimuth for steering. It's capable of 30 knots. They are quite powerful and fast. Probably for a warship, you'd be wanting 6 to 8 pods. So you'd work out the power differentials and size you need for those different pods. And you'd probably want a couple with you'd want more than 2 variable ones. You'd probably want more than 2 fixed as well. Shannon Thompson, read Drac and Dr. Clark and close proximity. They're both in England, right? It's not like they're both in Texas or California. We're not only both in England, we're both in Surrey. In fact, we're even closer than that. We are technically in different boroughs. Technically. To really know about the health issues, you have to go back to them 30, 40, 50 years later. They did with those ones. Sonic Canera, were kamikazes the original anti-ship missiles? No, Fritz X and those sort of things were far more like that. Although I think the Italians were doing quite well as well. Frank Swanner, do you think it's a good idea, good to use sea life in war? The sad thing is the sea life will get damaged in any war. They don't deserve it, but they, you know. That's the problem. You know, you're expending ammunition in a confined space. To be fair, there are parts in the UK. Mainly the problem with the UK with driving anywhere is the M25 and the variable speed limits. But that is a whole rant for another day. No, Steve, okay. Significant health issues. I guarantee if you check 90 years post-detonation, you'll find at least a couple of them have perished. Probably. Stafford Thompson. Who else thinks third will become first through some fortified polling? Well, technically the CIA is only one vote behind second, and you never discount the CIA, because so far, every time I put a suggestion in from the CIA, they tend to win, they end up winning. So, you know. I don't know what they do. I don't know if they have spare accounts. I don't know if they go around campaigning to people to change their vote. I do know not everyone has voted so far. Let me just check the number of votes cast so far. We have 65 votes passed, which, considering 65 votes total out, and there can be up to 240 votes, because everyone can theoretically vote 3 times, although I have been told that's not... I did sort of reduce that down because I didn't limit to 3 this time, so everyone can theoretically vote for every single one if they want. So everyone could theoretically vote 7 times if they wanted. You know, the odds are quite a few people haven't voted yet. So if you want to go around to other patrons and start campaigning for your favourite one, that's up to you, but you have to find the patrons, I suppose. Ay, caramba. Politics. The joys. Ooh. Okay, I'm afraid the FRA walking sessions probably ended in Drax around once or twice. And I'm not going to mention that one. Oh, not the walking sessions, but no. God, that reminds me, I need to go into Patreon more often. Take care, Graham Handler. Good luck. Diver gone missing, diving the wrecks. Good luck. Nighthound Productions. One odd one. Sorry. You make the sensible decision to discard Hood's rocket AA for, well, actual guns. What do you install? I don't think both of us were around. What can go on B-turret? Well, probably pom-poms. That's what you'd be getting before both of us. That's what you'd be getting. Pom-poms. Pom-poms. Possibly the octuple ones. Adfab. Queen Mary 2 is only Queen 2 is only 150,000 tons. Yeah. Displacement. That's gross tons. She's she's 80,000 tons in sort of rough displacement. So she's not far off the displacement of Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carrier. And she was built in Saint-Nazaire, France, because they don't have one big enough to build her, because her length is 345 meters. And as we all know, the Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carriers are only 280 meters. If we could have built the Queen Elizabeth class an extra 30 or, well, let's be honest, an extra 70 meters longer, they would have been a whole nother level beyond what they are in terms of capability. They would have been truly scary for people. I'd have liked to build them bigger. She's 150,000 gross for a GRT. She's only about 80,000 tons of displacement, I think. Yeah, warships are not likely to be quite as heavy or as large as Q2, but I agree with comments about pod requirements. Come on, read Patreon votes. And still many people didn't use their full free votes, including myself for the time. Hi, Carl Harmon again. Okay. Have you reconsidered the church idea for the sweet tax, the sweet tax exemption? I'm not sure it works that well in the UK, but you know. I don't. Apologies for not tagging my QMT comment with sarcasm tag. Jabs ain't fun. Elsa, any book recommendation this week? We've gone through a few. There are a whole load of new books which I'm doing in one-off reviews. So I've got a whole load of new books behind me. But the book which I have been talking about most today, and is one of the latest to arrive for me, of my Britannia Naval History series, the Hunting Tirpitz. That I talked about at the beginning, and is a really, really cool book. And there is a link. There is a link up there to where you'll find it cheapest, which is on the Plymouth University website, which means I don't get any money for it, but you will find it cheapest. Duck Alpha, do you think any lessons were learned on the Zeebrugge raid that were put in use for the Saint-Nazaire? Speed. The need for speed. And the training. Saint-Nazaire is a lovely big dry dock for the French. It's the really, really big one. And it's the one, honestly, Britain wishes it had an equivalent of, because again, if we could have built the Queen Elizabeth class bigger, we would have done. Because they wouldn't have needed any more crew, broadly speaking, if they'd been even 70 metres bigger. But that would have increased massively the space in the hangar, etc. You could have kept them the same width, so they could have fit through various canals quite happily. But you had 70 extra metres for taking off and landing. And on an F-35B, that would have been a lot. I think it's about £18, the paperback version on the Plymouth University website. As I said, there is a link down below. Scott, the Royal Navy is looking at cats and traps, but it's looking at them in terms of the catapults for launching UAVs and unmanned aerial vehicles from aircraft carriers and potentially other ships. Basically, as I said before, for the Royal Navy, a Catabar carrier is the best you can build. I do agree with that. But if the Royal Navy goes ahead and it's looking increasingly likely that those the ships that will be built to replace eventually Albion and Bulwark will be LHDs. And it might well be they go with 3 LHDs to replace certain of the other idea of the converted container ships for forward operations. In which case, an LHD can be fitted to operate F-35s, especially the way the British would do it, with a ski ramp. And so you'd end up with 5 ships which could operate the same aircraft. And those aircraft could be operated and landed when it's in port, if you need to do some deck qualifications, without you needing to go to sea. So, for Britain, the F-35B makes sense, and for Britain, that sort of stuff makes sense. But still, for operating maybe Loyal Wingman or various other options, you might well need some form of Catabar operational capability. So they're looking into it. Next one. Any ancient battles that have fought near where you live? Not many we know. Not many we know of. There was a palace not far from where I live. There was none such palace. Nick Waters, isn't the one in Belfast bigger than one in the south, but it's not BAE? The one in Southampton is bigger overall, but actually the thing is about the one in Scotland, you have to remember, A, it's in Scotland, they were promised to Scotland, and B, it's not so much as BAE as it's the biggest yard we have working. The one in the one in Belfast and the one in Southampton would have both had to have a lot of money put into activating them, and the government didn't want to put up the money. Honestly, they could have made the one in Scotland bigger, but they didn't want to put up the money. You're doing well, Stafford. They're getting some good ideas coming through. We're going to have you on to discuss them at some point. But ideally, I'd like you on with Rachel Paulings. But it's if I can sort of get her on. I think I've sent her an email in the last couple of weeks. Scott, the main issue I see with ramp over Cat and Bar is cross-capability. The QE2 class can't land any other NATO forces naval aircraft other than the US Marine Corps. And the Italians. And the Spanish. And everyone else who uses F-35Bs. Potentially the Japanese. Potentially the South Koreans. Who uses Katabar in NATO? Americans and French. Who uses F-35Bs? A lot more. Sorry, Dirt Squad. I get that one thrown at me a lot, and I sit there and go, but who really uses Katabar carriers? And they come back to me and go, France and America. And I go, yes, so there's the Italians, the Spanish. And there's lots of people also who operate F-35Bs for different reasons. And then there's going to be the Japanese and the South Koreans. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point the Australians go, oh sugar, everyone else is getting into the carrier business, we'd better get some F-35Bs and into the carrier business as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they go down a sort of a third ship route and decide they need that rather than altering the Canberra class, because they've been built without the capability, specifically removed it so they would have more facilities in other areas. But wouldn't be surprised though. I thought you might like that idea, the Stafford. She's amazing. She is one of the best naval architects in the country. So if we can get her on bilge pumps, that'd be really, really a coup for us. Now, what do you see coming with the US Marine Corps' push for smaller LST-type vessels with helicopter decks, moving company versus an LHD moving a battalion? I see you probably moving in forces which would be a couple of battalions on LSTs and probably a battalion and brigade headquarters on LHDs, or regimental headquarters, depending on American. And that will be your response force, which will be shoved out on the back on their huge landing, their huge LCACs to go where they need to go. We need to land them. Did you mention Japan? At that time, Turkey is a 35B propose. Oh, I haven't mentioned Turkey, but Japan are now converting their ships into carriers, like escort carrier size vessels, but carriers, and they are going to have F-35Bs. So you know, they still have emergency resting gear, so they can absolutely lend other nations naval aircraft. Just be getting them back onto the air, that'd be difficult. Pretty much. Those are paid for orders. And the Italian carriers are massive. The Italians have very good aircraft, and the Spanish will probably be getting a new carrier soon as well. Because it's critical for their economy and national pride. Principe de Austria needs to be replaced. So, yeah. The Germans keep talking about buying F-18, but they buy Eurofighters. They never buy F-18s. They might buy a Franco-German aircraft, but they'll buy European. Take care, Stafford. Oh, you're not going in. You're just going to bug Iron Brew. Always good to bug Iron Brew. Seneca, should Germany get a carrier? If they want one. But the trouble is, you don't just get the carrier, you have to get the carrier battle group. You have to at least have a meaningful contribution to it. You can't rely on it for your allies. So, in a nicer way, if Germany gets a carrier, well, hey, we're all happy. But, well, at least not bothered. But, if they do, they then need to do something which would work. You know, they need to build the whole force, and I don't think they're going to do that. That's the thing. If you look at all the effort the French put into operating a single carrier force, because that's what the French really operate two navies. They operate their single carrier navy, and they operate their Mistral's navy, and they have the different air groups and everything for it. The British aren't going to go that route. The British do not want to go down that route. If you remember, there was a huge guffaw because Ocean didn't have a ski ramp. And one of the things which is hardly ever mentioned is that there is two schools of thought in the Royal Navy, and one of them is that Ocean absolutely should have had a freaking ski ramp, because then we could have had 4 ships with all operating the same air groups and it would have been fine. And the other school of thought is, well, it was fine not having it because we had 3 with it. Well, the trouble is, we no longer have 3, we have 2. So if we do get LHDs, they're going to have ski ramps, because then we'll have 4 ships which will be able to operate the same aircraft. So if you don't have both carriers available for some reason, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Here you go. Here is here is both LHDs will probably be operational. One of them will be carrying a limited strike aircraft, number of F-35s, a limited number of AWACS, probably UAVs, and anti-submarine aircraft, and will therefore operate in an escort fleet protection carrier role, probably with the strike role that is stripped out. Principe de Ostras. Let's be honest, and I'm going to say this with her on the screen because Now, she was decommissioned in 2013. Now, and the U.S. Navy, the Japanese, sorry, the Spanish Navy had her role taken over by the Juan Carlos. Which, for those of you who are looking at it for the first time, will go, hang on, that's a Canberra class. It's not. It's what the Canberra class are based on. Now, the point is, that ship is a lovely ship. But it's not that great in terms of its operating capability for F-35. So, if you were in a combined operation, the Spanish were coming along, what they might well do is offload their F-35Bs onto your carrier, and then onload some of your helicopters. It makes sense. But, let's change for a second. Right. I've just heard a funny noise come from the drain pipe. So, I will be back in a second. I'm sorry about this. I'll be literally back in a second. Please don't go anywhere, because I'll be carrying on. But thank you, everyone, and I will be back in a second. I'm back. Oh. Are all Harriers out of UK service now? Theoretically, but there is a surprisingly large number of them which look surprisingly well maintained down in Cold Rose. I don't think it. Yeah. Can you comment on whether or not the US has a long-standing objection to its middle power allies, i.e. not UK or France, having nuclear patrol submarines in their arsenals? Not really. It's more a case of do you have the money to develop a nuclear submarine program? For example, the whole reason Australia isn't going down it is because to develop a nuclear program would be incredibly expensive. Incredibly expensive. Massively expensive. The Royal Navy and the French Navy have both said they can only afford to maintain them in the numbers they do as long as there is a significant civilian nuclear industry, which means they generate enough nuclear personnel, nuclear capable facilities, nuclear capable technology research to make it sustainable. Senator Kennedy, who do you consider third best military at the moment? It depends what you're judging it by. If you're going by size, you're probably looking at, I would say possibly South Korea even. I'm not sure, but the sort of size. If you're going by global reach, then it's probably Britain and Britain followed by France, because Britain can achieve slightly more than the French can, because Britain has 2 viable carriers theoretically, although we don't yet have the full aircraft we need from all, and the French only have 1. Basically, your military depends on what you're looking for from the militaries. The first is the Americans. Second, well, we probably go with China, but would we really say China was a global military? Do they have the logistics and infrastructure yet to deploy globally? They're building it. I concede they are building it, and I concede they can get there. But they're not there yet. They're building up to it, but they're not there yet. So it becomes more complicated. Deb's good. Why have you put a picture of a car transporter with a very Starsky and Hutch unloading method up? Yeah, that's the San Carlos. I was asking you, please don't put that thing on the screen again. It doesn't look right. San Carlos' design doesn't look right under any circumstances. It's basically a box that floats. Friendly Canary, wet Dr. Clark in 3, 2, 1. Yes, I know, wet. Well, as I said earlier, I would prefer longer rather than Caterpillar. And if they made them longer, then they would have had some interesting capabilities. Because if you make them, let's say, let's go for as long as the Queen Mary 2, so roughly 350 meters. You probably gain 50 meters in hangar space. You don't gain anything in beam, just 50 meters of hangar space. That's an extra 9 F-35Bs able to be stored down there, all sorts of helicopters and things. You can do a lot with that extra length. You could also put in a third, if you wanted it, a third elevator. That would make it interesting. And look, it is surprisingly how easy a number of militaries in Europe could get to 2% just by including the pensions and benefits. And Australia has no civilian industry. That's the problem. They have no civilian nuclear power industry. Very current. Canada wanted to buy a few nuclear subs in the 1980s from UK or France, but apparently this drew a major objection from Reagan administration and therefore dropped as a priority for the RCN. That's often what the Canada used as their reason for it, but honestly, it was the cost. It was the absolute fricking cost of it. It was extortionate. For Canada to have nuclear submarines would have been very, very expensive. Sure. No, it's not. No, it's a simple matter of the cost of the boat. The Virginians cost $5 billion for the US, and that's what they'll cost their own. The internet told me so it must be true. I wish. They cost $5 billion for the US, which already has significant infrastructure, and is already building them. Consider how much the Astutes cost for Britain, and that's already building them has done. How much the current vessels being constructed by the French cost, and they're already building them. It's expensive. You don't just jump into nuclear industry. You don't just jump in and go, yes, I can build this. I've read the books, I know what to do. It's expensive. The Chinese have found that out and are building it. And the Chinese have taken a very long, very measured approach to building the capability. Anyone, a medium-powered Western democracy would not take such a long time. Politicians would want it completed in their lifetimes for the length of likelihood of them being in power so they could get the glory. What's the TIE carrier like? It's like the Principe of Austria, just smaller. The problem manpower side of the plan far outweighs their advances in shipbuilding. They can't recruit the quality sailors. Well, it's not so much they can't recruit them, they're recruiting quality, it's training them and it's institutional memory. And these things are not quick things you can acquire. Anna, what is the quality of the Chinese shipbuilding? How does plan compare quality compared to RN, USN, or AN? I haven't been around the inside of a Chinese ship, so I can't quantify on the insides. But from the externals, they don't look that bad. They look quite clean lines, quite well put together, and I haven't seen pictures of their framing showing after they've been in heavy seas. But there again, they operate in the Pacific more than the North Atlantic or South Atlantic, so that might be why. If they operate in those seas, it might be different. But they are building rather quickly, which suggests they're putting a lot of effort into building quickly, which means there might be quality issues. But we won't know. We honestly don't know. So I would presume they're just as good as we are, because you don't lose anything by presuming they're as good as you. You fundamentally weaken yourself if you presume they're not as capable as you. But you don't lose anything by presuming they're as good as you. Next one, are there any current plans for Iran to build any more LHDs? There is a lot of discussion going on the next generation of amphibious ships. And it's going on behind doors at the moment. A lot of discussion. So the current trend is not nukes, it's non-air breathing combustion or Stirling with engines with huge batteries. Considerably quieter and way cheaper and safer. All agreed. And a lot more easier to sustain industry-wise and infrastructure-wise. Transactions. I just look at how more capable the Maltas would have been to the Audacious class due to the extra length and apply the same lesson. I don't want to give anyone ideas, but what about a VLS UAV? They've been considering that. Oh, Richard, the F-35B can operate from any flat deck, but just a flat deck does not make any ship an aircraft carrier. Things like C4I command, C4I, yeah. Command control. Yeah. Maintenance facilities, defensive equipment are real things. There they are. Senator Kanira, are Geiger counters affected the sectors for nuclear subs? Not really. Trust me, if they were, we would be the sniffers on the P8s would definitely be Geiger counters, but they're not. And fab, mainly because salt water doesn't let radiation through that well. In fact, salt water is a far better method of dealing with radiation, enough depth of water, than pretty much any other material. Team Loca, the Dreadnought class's Cossio here. That they are. They're ballistic missile submarines, though, and they tend to be, those things tend to be costly. Chinese warships are brand new, which is why they're not rusting like USNs. Plus, they have time to paint them. Let's see if I can. Sure you can, Dr. Clark. Just refine a bunch of uranium, stick it into a great big graphite pile, and pour some water through to heat it up. See, when they used to track accumulators with a Geiger counter. I doubt that. Again, once you're in enough water, the Geiger counter's not going to pick up the radiation. So maybe if they're on the surface, you can. I doubt it otherwise. Thanks, Spanner. Do you have any challenge coins from military people? For some reason, every time I've worked with the US forces, I haven't got any challenge coins. I don't really mind. I'm British, it doesn't really affect me on that one. It would be fun, but no. British don't tend to give them out, and the only other people I've worked with who do have them gave me a big medal instead. Maybe it's as it's technically not, it's such a big medal, you can't actually stick it on yourself. You put it on the side and have it as a sort of award. So perhaps that could count as a challenge coin. But yeah. Frank Spanner, what about HMS Argus? Any good? She was very useful when we had her, having her, but I don't think we're going to have her for much longer. If we do still have her, I'm not sure if we haven't got rid of her already. That's good. The other benefit of Sterling engines... no, I think we've still got her. She does our helicopter training. She's another ship which we need to replace, which is why we need LHDs. That's good. The other benefit of Sterling engines is that they're much quieter than any nuclear sub. Gotland repeatedly sank USS Ronald Reagan when on exercise with the US. She has a sort of advantage in that. The whole thing with a diesel submarine, its a big advantage is it's very, very quiet, but it can't go far. It's not fast at moving long range. So it's very good as long as you're in a confined area. If you're able to operate away from that submarine, though, and keep yourself with sufficient distance, you can sort of deal with it, but it's difficult. Shumack, follow up. Are challenge coins a thing in the UK? Not really in my experience. They might become them, but I've never come across anyone in Britain giving me a challenge coin. And I've spent far too much time with admirals, in my experience. I love them dearly. They're lovely people. That's good. The only time with anything other than early Soviet nuclear sub you'll pick up on a Soviet Geiger cannon is when the sub has much, much bigger problems than you finding her. Pretty much agreed with that one. Go on, guess what? Re-AOP subs. But then... how far do you get with 12 to 15 knots submerged? Not that far. Well, someone like you likes you enough to give you a medal outside the academy? Yes. I've had a few of them. They're mostly staff college medals from where I've helped out with staff colleges. That's right, you should make medals for different levels of supporters. There are sorts of medals, but they're not really medals, they're badges. and there are badges for people when they join, and the longer they are in, the badges change. It's Reagan, not Regan. Man, 64. Dr. Clark, in real life, the Soviets didn't have a tracking system that searched for isotopes in water that had gone through the cooling system. It was mounted forward on some of their subs. Not a guided cannon, though. No, and the Royal Navy had a similar thing. It was often theorised on various Trafalgar-class submarines. If you have a look at them, there's been a few newspaper articles over the years about the various sniffer systems and other systems used on our submarines to track the enemy. Reagan. Thompson, what would the LHD class be named after? Each member of the Union? Cities? I think if we went down that route, you might see some very interesting names pulled back. I think we have gone for spirit names and names in terms of our Dreadnought class, into SSBNs, and in terms of the Type 31s. So I have a feeling if we did go for LHDs, they would probably almost certainly receive the names Fearless and Intrepid. And Fab, do you think space-based single-array radar will pick up submarine wakes? They're certainly working on it. That and weather satellites watching the Earth's the currents of the oceans. Once you have a significantly accurate enough model, you can start comparing what you're observing to your model and go, there's something not down there that's not supposed to be. Let's go blow it up. Discord, true. Though the exercise was to teach Houston how to deal with diesel subs in coastal waters. If they needed to, say, stage landing against diesel sub powered China, for instance. Yes, but why would you be bringing your aircraft carrier into those fricking waters? We've been over this before. The Royal Navy used the fleet carrier for anti-submarine warfare operations in World War II. It lost them an aircraft carrier. It is not a sensible thing to do. Don't do it. So, Nick Near, do you have active contact with the Royal Navy? Some. Dope Squad, I was wondering. I wonder if China gets more carriers. The USN will have to have that happen again in a war game as an excuse to kickstart a diesel boat program. Doubtful. They'll probably want to ramp up their SSN program. It's whether allies like Britain and France end up going for a diesel boat program as well to free up their nuke boats to go out to the Pacific. I'm going to need a literary exorcism palate cleanser after the book I'm reading currently. Any recommendations? I'll go with anything from the Britannia Naval History series. As I said, there's a link below which takes you to some of them at Plymouth University. There are others you will find on Amazon. They are a great series. They're fun to read, and they are basically the documents produced in World War II, just returned into a book. Greg Sassy, talking things to support us t-shirts. Me and Drac are working on that. We're gonna it's gonna be fun, because if I'm correct, yeah, we're working on that one. We're working on that. I doubt HMS San Carlos. I doubt anyone would do that. It would possibly cause too many issues. You don't know. There is always the option that someone gets really nutty, but I doubt it. Old Richard, do the USN and RN still maintain a seagoing officer exchange program? Yes. They do. Jeff Biller, did we discuss how well HMS Glasgow is coming along at? No, but she's coming along very, very well. She could be actually finished early. That would be interesting if the Royal Navy completed Type 26 frigate early. That would scare the world. That'd also allow us to shove another one or two in the production line. That's something. I was thinking 4 to 6 at least to supplement the QEs sufficiently. I'm hoping for 3. I'm realistic. There is only so much money I can con the government out of. Or rather, I mean, can get the government to provide in peacetime. That's the trouble. Basically, they're going... In wartime, they'll provide whatever money you want, but in peacetime, they will put very strict things on it. Sam Thompson, T-shirt idea, Bruships 20 to 21 campaign survivor. Possibly, over a picture of HMS Eskimo without a bow. Expect the Americans to follow the British into the extra large, uncrewed undersea vehicle range as the SSK fill in. There's only amount of time until space-based radars can detect wakes like aircraft-based ones. I'm sure they will be able to. Too much. Sterlings can't do it alone. Most of them are still diesel-electric for most days. Other ones use hydrogen and oxygen-infused fuels by storage catalysts or oxygen tanks. Some have like huge lithium batteries. They're quite complicated in their own way SSKs. LHDs could help by taking helicopters offload for Queen Elizabeth and Prince Wales, and also being extra landing pads for F-35Bs. Because again, if you have a ski ramp and they have ability to fuel and arm them, even in a limited sense, because that's not their main task group they're deployed with, then if you have your LHD closer inshore supporting amphibious operations and you carry out there, then your cap can come in and go rearm and go off. Because, again, you can refuel in midair. You can refuel an aircraft in midair. That's true. You cannot rearm in midair. You have to land to rearm. So, having an LHD which can take your F-35Bs and then being the aircraft from a carrier means that they can be operating safely from the carrier, which can be keeping at a nice distance. But when they come in, we fired all our missiles. Instead of having to fly back to the carrier and you possibly losing cap, land, rearm, quickly on deck, and up. It makes life a lot easier. Adfab, how would an LHD employment in a really different from Invincible? Yes to beach stuff, but say ASW task force? They could do that. The thing is, how do you do your amphib? And in my experience, what I would probably do is I would have a hangar deck and a flex deck beneath that. And so the flex deck can be reconfigured to support air operations, carry a load of amphibious materials, whatever it needed to do. And I'd have the actual lifts go down to the flex deck as well as to the hangar. And I'd have a ramp from the flex deck down to the dock. Hello, Sukumaik. Is that a picture of Pikachu? Tab Thompson, is BAE building Glasgow? If so, does it mean Camel Laird will get their hands on it that much quicker? No, BAE can build frigates and destroyers quite well. They are building, I think, Glasgow. And Camel Lairds are going to be busy because they're going to get various other projects, including apparently the national flagship. Alright, I'm intrigued. By supercavitation, can it be scaled up? Theoretically. We're going to see how it works in practice. Doing something in practice versus doing something in theory are two different things we often discuss. Shomak, a defense project ahead of schedule. Next, you'll tell me it's possible to build, possible for it to be on the budget. I think it's on budget but ahead of schedule, so that's even better. Bugger8829, hello! Do you see USN making a replacement for Vikings? I see possibly an unmanned combat UCAV being used as a Viking replacement. I can see that being a viable option. The US would have a real problem getting used to short range and duration. They're used to months-long deployments. Yep. What happens when uncrewed merchant vessels take over? People are already so disconnected from the sea. How will maritime societies keep their identities? I have no idea. It's going to be complicated. Either way, it's not going to be a quick transition. I'm not even sure what an SSK UEV would look like. Well, that's interesting, because I can show you a picture of one. I can literally show you a picture of one. There you go. This is a Manta. Now, it's the first generation before you get into the Moray, which is going to be the proper scenario. The Manta is the basic starting off. And then you have the Moray, which is coming. So this is the one in that they've actually got in and are using as a test bed. And this is what the British are planning. The Moray Manta. And all this stuff comes from... I've got these pictures from Navy Lookout, so I'll add a link into it. Right then. So as you can see, they do look very like an SSK. Death Squad, my t-shirt idea was too spicy for not really, Death Squad, if I remember correctly. If I'm going to go back, there's a t-shirt for Latter Dane biplane in circle above text. You are observed, below text, praise be, and the anthem on the back. That'd be quite cool. I might try and do these things. Death Squad, praise be, below a picture of the Blackburn. There are often options. Andreas Clark, Dr. Clark, what's your opinion of the Soviet Rear-Admiral plane? Russians say they are thinking bring back to service. It's an interesting idea, and for the Russians, especially in places like the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea and these sort of areas, the reactor plane could be quite a good option. It could certainly be scary, because it's fast and a lot of firepower coming away. AdFab, recent DARPA trials have involved rearming drones in flight. They have been doing all sorts of things, but my point is this: air-to-air missiles are significantly more delicate than we like them to be, like to presume, and you don't want to risk those when you're relying on them for your air defense. Give them a few years, maybe. At the moment, I would say I'd rather have an LHD with a ski ramp forward. I think I can hear my dog woofing. Oh, probably being reminded it's almost 10 o'clock. It's a Holland. It does look like a Holland. Trent Duncan, why do you think F-15Es can carry SM-6 as ASM missile? It has not happened yet. No. I think they're more likely the US navies to get Meteors. I know they've been very happy that the British F-35, British are going to be integrating the Meteor with the F-35. Scott, the Moray Manta it's a really big torpedo. It's a really big anything when you're thinking about it. Why would a UAUV need a conning tower? Well, principally for people to get in and out of it at sea if they're going to maintain it. It's not supposed to be optionally manned, but if you need to fix and repair it at sea, you do need to be able to get into it. And that's why it's got the conning tower. Also, that allows the submarine to stay deeper and carry a longer telescopic mast, etc., which they need for intelligence gathering. Oh, Richard, sadly, I can see Congress and Westminster using UAVs as an excuse for deep personnel cuts. They tried that a few years ago. They gave up when they realised that actually they need a lot of people to man them. More importantly, they think they can run. They are trying to run them, and this is what's causing the Royal Air Force a lot of issues with uncommissioned personnel, non-coms, which are a lot cheaper than officers and specialists. So that's more likely. Adfab, how about a mug with "How can I put this nicely"? Ooh. That would definitely be fun. I've got ideas for these things. I am working with Drac. We are working on getting the stuff together, and it is on my project of things to do in the next couple of months and get something actually going. I need to do some proper research into it, and I need to set it up properly. Cameras, redocking port, re-UV docking port, placing periscopes and antennae, and maybe a few vertical tubes for small SAMs. I think more likely, and possibly considering its size, also possibly some talams. Who knows? Jeff Billett, M-subs, much larger 70-ton moray concept. The base of the more the fin is useful for mounting sensors and communication equipment. Yep. And I have good reason to believe that these are not far off in the future. AdFab, US has been reticent with helping integrate Meteor. One might think they were trying to tell AMRAAM. They were, until they realized they were going to be fighting in the Pacific, and they realized the Meteor is a lot longer range than the AMRAAM. That's good. Conning tower also lets a person inside to do... yeah, as I said. Any difficult maneuvers in port, or otherwise they want a person on board at least to act as a backup for the bot. More likely the person on board for port and for maintenance access. Bad Guy 829. Does the UK plan on getting AGM 158C LRASM? Long range attack standoff missile? Possibly. They're still deciding on the various systems they're going to get. Shomek, are you implying the US will use the RN-F-35 as an excuse to gradually make their entire fleet compatible with more modern foreign missiles? No, of course not. The fact that it might just be made a standard upgrade we'll leave to one side. Sean Mack, you are very, you know, cruel on the US Navy. They would never do that. Never. Alright, yes. 1 second. I'm going to do something slightly naughty. Hi, Mum. We're still live. I'll be finished soon, though. Don't worry. I got the message. Love you all. Mum was checking to see if that we were still dry. Come on. So it's on to Mug idea. One of those trick ones that the whole label becomes visible when full of hot beverage. World's best historians. Yours, Drax, and Jamie's logos appear on Ghost. That could be cool. 9640. What is the Moray Manta thing? It's an XLUUV, extra large uncrewed undersea vehicle. So that's your, basically, if you're a navy which has been investing in nuclear submarines and has divested itself of SSKs and doesn't want to suddenly get SSKs because that might give politicians ideas about getting rid of their SSN fleets. The XLUUV! Yes, this is what we've got to get. It's the next generation of uncrewed vehicle. Yes. This is not an SSK. It's an XLUUV. Not an SSK. It's an XLUUV. The fact that it's slightly larger and it would be an SSK if you needed to go there. Also, having one type of BVR missile means adversaries can do with single function jammers. True. Discord. Not person there on a mission, but just to make sure the bot doesn't do anything stupid like decide that the boat ramp over there is actually a jump ramp. Ooh. Frank, so we are giving the Cylon subs now. They always had subs. Rapper, we could buy them and rename them. That's what the US would normally do when they do things. I will tell Mum that you all said hi. I hope your merch mug says we'll leave that to one side. That would be a good one. Assurance, what was the legality claim behind that? It was behind 9-dash down. I'll take it because we can, and there's no people. The latter. Jeff Villa, a new LHD painted up to be the new national yacht. We could dream. No, honestly. I'm just getting my next picture up. Now, if I was going to be building the next generation of LHDs for Britain, I have to admit I would cheat. I would cheat quite happily, because I always keep bringing this up as an option, and I would just go to the Italians and go, I'd like the Trieste design, please. Because I think you could turn that into a fairly decent British-style LHD. Admittedly, we would fit a ski ramp. You could be certain of that. Probably off-board on the port side. Yeah. Port, left, port, right, starboard, yes. Port side. Sometimes maths is sometimes remembering these things you have to do some memory checks, and yeah, you could build a very interesting ship. Using those capabilities. Scott, when explaining to politicians who are asking a question, it's got model headers, so it's better, see? Potentially. Thompson, in case Surrey floods you out, which vessel moored next to your home will you be used for? Sorry, I'll be heading straight to the Belfast. Represent, the Mario Manta is not an SSK, the Izumo isn't a carrier, Izumo isn't a carrier, and I want not a battle cruiser. Deadlift Caruso, hello. I noticed that in recent years, navies have been a lot less obsessive about covering up the screws on their submarines. How come? It used to be a focus in terms of worrying about people using that screw to cavitation noise to identify individual submarines. Which with a lot of mathematical work you could do. You have to remember that for a while people believed it was far more peaceful, so they were less worried about it. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back soon. Although in some cases, they're no longer using screws. They're using pump jets. That no 6040. If the 200 to 300 plus mile range air-to-air missiles, that's a great thing, but they are AWACS killers. That's what they are, because you're not going to be detecting an F-35 at that range. You're not going to be detecting an F-22 at that range. You're going to be hunting down transports and AWACS. So that's what they become. And the Russians had them, Soviets had them, Russians have had them, lots of people have had ideas for AWACS killing missiles. The thing is, you work out how you're going to defend your AWACS, and basically that usually comes down to shoot the enemy down before they can shoot at you. That's the best way. Shomack, shirt idea. A picture of Unicorn with forward aviation sports under it. New cargo with helicopter destroyer on it, and a through-deck cruiser, and I'm sure we could find some other lesser honors warship classifications. There are so many of them. What is the title to the book that's, that says Tank Me? Just behind the snow globe thing. Tankmen. That is Tankmen by Robert Kershaw, I think. Yeah. Tankmen by Robert Kershaw. Or is it? My thing with UAV, how long can they park in the bottom of the idle and wait? Well, we don't know this yet. Adfab, given the Koreans are working the Italians, could it be built in Korea? Could get it built in Korea. Would prefer to build in the UK. Cargo's representized Trieste and a few thousand tons to make it comfortable on the North Atlantic or South Falklands weather. Yes, it would. The British one would be a little bit heavier and a little bit bigger. Um, Rapper, I never understood the American version of ski jump. Literally, it's space for helicopters. You have to remember the Americans run two navies, and basically they run the carrier navy and the amphib navy. And the carriers are orientated around operating aircraft in Catabar configuration, in which case you don't need a ski jump. And the amphibs are operating around amphibious assault, in which case the ski jump gets in the way of using the helicopters. But if you're the Royal Navy and you're using your ships for a hybrid of the two, the ski jump makes sense because yes, you're losing helicopter space, but you're gaining aircraft operation capability, which more than offsets the loss of one helicopter point. Colors and rescrews. And there is the shiny screw you show and silently exchange for the operational one. Never do that. We'd never do that. They're incredibly expensive. No politician would ever sign off on that. Death Squad, either shoot the enemy down or, like the earlier solution, harm missiles, turn the radar off. Trouble is that makes you blind as well as them. Carmen, rebuild fronts. Any guests this week? No, it was just... Hang on, no. We did have guests this week. We had Cyclic. And we didn't have Drac, because he was off at the Chalk Valley History Festival. Adfab, why not a ramp on hydraulic pistons? The amount of weight it has to take, the amount of weight you would have to, in terms of hydraulics, you would have to fit forward to support it, it would be self-defeating. Great Dominion, is the Moray intended to be launched from a mothership? Theoretically, although they're also talking about them being operated from submarines. Could be fun. Hi, Dan Freeman. Frank's right. Would the Orkneys still be a good place to base ships? Potentially. Potentially. If you had enough ships to justify it. That's the question. Alright then. It is now 10:10, so I'm going to say final questions, and thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to all the super chats. Thank you for all the suggestions for merchandise. Thank you for all the people who've joined Patreon and who are voting away and suggesting topics there. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the channel. Thank you to everyone who's liked the channel and shared the things. And thank you to everyone who has pressed the little bell down there to get alerted. And thank you to everyone who's also now joined the channel to get the emojis, etc., which I spend far too much time designing. It's quite disturbing how much time I do spend on them now. I have a range of emojis ready to go for when I have more people have joined the channel. Quite disturbingly. I do admit quite disturbingly. So, final questions, and then I will be popping off to go and help put the doggies to sleep. Carmen, there were rumours back when Scotland had the referendum that Pembroke Dock would again be a naval base. How viable would a base on the Clodagh be? It's viable, but it would be a lot of expensive to do it. Nicest way, I would say it's more likely to be the Mersey Wirral area. But I might do it. Hello, Haitian Space Program. Thank you to being a new member. As you can see, there are a range of emojis. Old Ratchet, to what extent is Manto Moray intended to be autonomous in combat? Supposed to be very autonomous, but we'll see how that works out in reality. Simon Thompson, Amphibious Navy and US Navy is the Gator Navy. Dr. Clark, what rumours have you heard about the cause of US's bomb on Richard's loss? Pretty much that it was the worst possible confluence of idiotic events. And it's a lot of annoyed people. Anuk, good night. John Shea, good night. Where is it? I'm behind. What's the status of the bilge pump's curse? Don't go there. Still, don't go there. Don't, you know, this is the thing. Every time something happens and we don't know what's going on. That's good. It only makes you blind for a couple moments as the missile loses target and either self-destructs or flies by in a couple of minutes. Probably, but they might do it. Get up to a lot on that point. Take care, Wazaski. Take care, Stafford. Thank you, Sean Mack and Dan Freeman for adminning. Dan Freeman, how many more people need to join the channel to get more emojis? I think it's about 3 or 4 more, and then there's some more emojis would be allowed out. Basically, it seems to be every 5 you get another pair of emojis. Thank you, Matthias Slavic. Thank you, Trent Lenko. And thank you, Steve Winrich. And Calvin Gasway, thank you. DG40, thank you. Wing Huan Wing. Wing Hun Win. Have a wonderful night. Same to you, thank you. And hello. Concentrators. Calvert. Was brainstorming some merch ideas. There are archives in books for sale on One World 2. I get whacked around like a pinata. It's not worth it. Yes, the joy of... This is why I like the Discord. Because on Twitter you make a statement. On Discord you can have a discussion. Frank Sparta, do you think you'll continue doing these? Yes. I'm not planning on stopping them. Manly 640. Isn't a 250 to 350 mile AM range something new? Not really. There have been ones which have been heading out to equivalent distances. Let's be honest. Yes, that's a massive long range. Woohoo! But there are ones in the past which were at 200 miles when that was the equivalent range. This is the thing. If you've got radars which have got more powerful, you need longer range missiles to try and engage those things. It's saying that the Chinese believe they're going to get within 250 to 350 miles of an AWACS. That's what they think they're going to get. They don't think they're going to get closer than that. So that's what they're saying. When they give you a maximum range of their missiles, that's the distance they reckon they're going to get within to be able to launch those missiles. They probably have a little bit more range than they're saying. Or maybe a little less, depending on how you view their politics. But the odds are their aim is to get within that range of your AWACS and knock it out. Take care, Frank Spadaro. Shermack, I would like to see what you think of my DM when you get a chance to nourish. I will do. I'm sorry I haven't responded to DMs that a lot on Discord lately. I have been swamped under various weird marking and other things and getting ready for stuff. Derp Squad, with the early HARM missiles, they could be spoofed by turning on off radars in different areas. Eventually blow up in some sand. Always fun. Gun, Dr. Clark, expensive but also politically worthwhile. If Scotland left us, it would help employment offset feelings of being forgotten. There are lots of work which could be done in Wales to offset the things of being forgotten. I know, but I am currently doing an entire video series about Welsh castles to come out, coming out in a sort of starting not next Saturday and going on for an entire week. So yeah, that's going to be my bit to make the Welsh feel more appreciated, and also to explain why exactly it happened. The Welsh Wars of Conquest end up happening. Because the Edward is quite content not to conquer Wales until he gets really pissed off with the Welsh keep raiding England to try and justify their existence. Because the people who he stabilised Wales with and been happy with die, and then the new people who come up are annoying. And he basically goes, it starts being punitive and then goes, oh, I'll just take over the place. That's basically what a Norman thinks. First of all, you go in to just punitively raid the place, and then you go, we'll stay. It's kind of like the Vikings. Alright. Take care, Derp Squad. Has this knocked it again? Who knows? Lots of things have been... pushback. I'm going to have to fix that, aren't I? Because that camera's gone weird. Yeah, the camera's got knocked again. Ah, well, I'll sort it out in a bit. Thank you, Derp Squad. Thank you, Jeff Beeler. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Jalen Wolf. Night night. Melanie 640. Take care. Anonymous until after politicians finish paying for it, Dave. Always. Frank Spanner. Adfab. Take care. Cow. Ciao. Frank, do you think you will continue doing this? I've answered that one. Yes, I will do. Take care, Nick Walters. Thank you. Steph Thompson. Thank you. Bad Guy 88929. Thank you. Yickers. Thank you. Greg Saucy. Thank you. Nighttime Productions. Thank you. Constratus. Thank you. You weren't supposed to read that. Good night. I tend to read what's in front of me at some points. So current standard missile probably have a much larger range than is published. I would never comment on that, but don't go in the range of an SM3. Carl Gasworth, extreme range AAMs. There was the MiG-25 planning to fire a missile on a B1 F1 from rear aspect. That was one. Carl, may I join you for Pembroke? They're going to be recorded ones, recorded this week. Possibly, but, you know. It depends when I'm going to record them. I'll take care, old Richard. Good night. Dan Freeman. Why did the English keep invading Wales? Having been there, nice beers, good cheese, nice ice cream. Welsh keep fighting each other and it's annoying English. It's kind of like when Scotland has the Queen... well, again, Edward I, same person. He's basically like Louis XIV. He's positioned it. His son is to marry, actually, his great niece, who is Margaret, the Maid of Scotland, who is also the daughter of the King of Norway. And Margaret, who was his niece, who was the daughter of King Alexander of Scotland, and his sister, I think, Margaret as well. Anyway, basically she dies at the age of 7, and there's about a baker's dozen of people contesting the throne for Scotland, and he says basically, fine, I will come in and sort out this mess, but you have to actually officially recognise me as the Over-King, because I was fine with them being basically King of Scotland who owes me fidelity for having lands in England, like I owe fidelity to the King of France for being a duke in England and having lands in France. I was fine with that when they were my relative, but now none of them are going to be my relative. I don't trust any of them because they're currently trying to assassinate and kill each other. So you are going to have to acknowledge before God that I'm your king, because I don't want to have to fight a war on my northern border, because I've got enough wars going on. And it basically deteriorates from there, because the Scots don't like him not trusting them and taking such a high-handed approach. He finds them even less trustworthy, and eventually war breaks out. It's always fun. Good night. Right, Dan and Carl Harmon. As a local, I would love to give Pembroke's history. I would love to as well. I don't think Pembroke Castle is in my list at the moment, but I might invite you on for another time. That one. I'm not sure. Maybe. Have a safe swim back to the house, Doctor. That's definitely going to be on my plate. Carmen, they wanted to keep it onto the holiday in Tenby. More unlikely. Take care, Derp Squad. Take care, Rapper Roseback. Are you considering a tribal battle daring Bruships? Oh, yes, at some point. Carmen, I'll DM you. Just let me know if you're not... okay, take care. Dr. I'll DM you. Just let me know if I'm not in work to join you on Skype call and screen record if you want. I will do that. Frank Spanner. Hope you enjoyed those timeline charts. They are wonderful. Thank you, Frank, for them. Anyway, take care, everyone. And as always, thank you everyone for watching this. Thank you everyone who's liked. Thank you everyone who's subscribed. Thank you everyone who's super chatted. Thank you to everyone who's pressed the little bell down there to be alerted when these videos go live. Thank you to everyone who has shared these videos on social media. Thank you to everyone who's joined Discord, link down below. Thank you to everyone who has joined Patreon and is currently voting away on what the patron choices are going to be for July. Thank you to everyone who has supported the channel and has decided to join it. And thank you to everyone basically for who's funding my research and helping me do all the stuff I want to do. Thank you very much and take care. Bye. As always, it's been a pleasure. And I will be seeing you again for next of these on the 11th of July, because next week I am away. Have fun. Take care, Stafford Thompson. Take care, Dep Squad. And take care, Timmy Looker. And Detlef Cruz. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Take care.